Okay. Are they online? Good morning, everyone. Good morning, goeiemorgen. Happy Tuesday. Are we online? Can we go? Welcome to the Standing Committee of Transport and Public Works. My name is Ricardo Mackenzie. I'm the chairperson of the committee. I'm going to ask our members in the House to introduce themselves and then my colleagues online.
Andreas van der Westhuizen, member of the committee.
Thank you. My colleagues online.
Good morning, everybody. Kayla Murray, alternate member.
Thank you very much. Mr. August. Okay, Mr. August will join soon. Just for the record, Ms. Murray standing in for Derek America, who's currently at a conference in Pretoria. I'm going to ask Ms. Jackie Gooch, the HOD in the team, to introduce himself. Thank you, HOD.
Chair, good morning. Thank you very much. Jackie Gooch, HOD Transport and Public Works, and I'll just ask the team to go around and introduce themselves.
Good morning, Len Fourie, Head of Roads.
Morning, Scott Carstens, Chief Engineer, Road Use Management.
Steve Fanner, Advisor from Transjuris.
Amanda Torr, State Law Advisor, Legal Services, Department of the Premier.
Morning, Carl October, Chief Director, Roads Planning. Chair, online we've got Tony Abramson of Transporters as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Can you introduce yourself, please?
Okay. Yeah, Tony Abramson, Advisor to the department. I'm from Transjuris as well.
Thank you. Member August, introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, Chairperson. Sean August, member of the Standing Committee.
Thank you. I see there are more colleagues to introduce themselves online, please. Mr. Murray, Candace, and Siraj.
Good morning, Chair. Candace Morris, IT.
Okay, I see that Mr. Marsdorp is there. He's a legal advisor. He's online.
Good morning, Chairperson and colleagues. Romeo Marsdorp, legal advisor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And on my left, I've got my two colleagues here, Johannes and Mfundo on the left. Thank you for joining us, always helping in this committee. Colleagues, thank you for being here today. We've come a long time to be here. Just going to indicate in terms of the rules of Parliament for this hybrid sitting this morning. We're currently using MS Team, which is this Parliament's adopted as a legal mechanism for interacting with us, and the same parliamentary rules that applies in committee also applies online. We do have technical assistance available online as well as physically in the meeting. If anybody needs some assistance, please ensure that you are muted and please avoid your background noises. I did see an alert for load shedding today, so please make sure that you are in a space or place where you can have backup electricity. It is your responsibility to ensure that you do have it. We know the risk with load shedding. So if you do have load shedding, it's a risk that this Parliament is unfortunately not willing to accept. Please ensure that your audio and mic are switched off unless you ask to speak. And when you finish speaking, please switch off your mic and your video if you're online. We certain things that we just don't want to see. And then in accordance with the Parliament's ATC on the 17th of April 2020, states when a member is considered out of order, either online, we may mute you or remove you such as the normal rules apply. And there's no interpreting services available for this meeting except in-house. Do we have Uncle? Yeah, Uncle Walter's here. Uncle Walter's here. Is he Uncle Walter online as well? Yeah. Oh, okay. So Uncle Walter's all online as well. So you can speak in any language that you wish to, English, Afrikaans, or isiXhosa. We do have Uncle Walter here with us today. So speak in the language that you're comfortable with. We're going to go to the meeting as follows. I'm not going to go through all the technicalities. We've done this over the last year and a half. So I'm just going to go straight to the point and hand over to Jackie Gooch, who's going to give us guidance. I'm not sure who from a team is going to go first. Then she can just give us guidance on the way forward. Members, you have received the documents. I have received comments from member Andrikas, who's with us today. I've printed it out and distributed those for the members. We will go through those specific comments through the course of this meetings, but for now we're going straight over to the department who's going to take us through the comments and the information received. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. The department has prepared a written submission, and as you indicated, I think provided it through, but our intention this morning, therefore, is to take the committee through the comments that have been received and our responses to those. And I believe that Mr. Carl October is going to lead us in that particular process. I do see that he's just doing some IT work. He's changing for the presentation across to his computer. I'm not certain though. Does that mean, Carl, have you connected online as well so that you can share your screen? Excellent. Thank you very much. So Chair, without any further ado, if you're comfortable, I'll ask Mr. October to lead us through on the responses. But Mr. October, are you connected on the MS Teams platform?
Can we see online?
Because you need to have
not
been
connected on MS Teams.
Will you flight it from your side? Thank you very much, Johannes. I appreciate that.
So we'll wait for that.
Just let's wait for a moment or two so that the members online also see it before we go start working through.
Okay. That was online. So yeah, I think he's doing it then. Okay. I get it. Yeah, put him. So where are joining? I go to my calendar. Yeah. But, there's no doing this. Can put in again? Okay. Good. This projected.
Members online, can you see the presentation?
Let it share.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, I can see.
See that? Yeah, let's see. Make it bigger. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. So my apologies for the delay. I know it is very small on that screen. Carl, are you able to, just in front of us, make just increase it?
It's being controlled.
Zoom.
That's what is being controlled on that screen.
Oh, my apologies. All right. Johannes?
So
Just in the middle of your screen, you should be able to, there we go.
that's much better.
There we
Thank
are.
you.
One more, there we are. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ajay. Thanks, Chair. Thanks, and again, apology for that hiccup with our technology. Okay, so we've received a substantial amount of comments from various role players, and we've responded to that, and the Standing Committee has also got the correct version of these comments, which are on the screen at the moment. Comments came in from Drakenstein Municipality, which is the first one we'll tackle. Then from City of Cape Town, Dan Plato at the time, Rob Stanway, independent consultant. We also received from Drakenstein Municipality, comments also from Swellendam, and from Pedal Power Association as well, and from Agri Western Cape. So we'll go through those comments, Chair, with your permission. Yeah. That better? Yeah. Thank you. So we'll go through the comments step by step, starting with the comments from Drakenstein Municipality. It's extensive, and Chair, with your permission, the paraphrase version of the comments could be tabled, which is basically a concern around the subsidy, which is provided for in the bill. The Drakenstein Municipality feels that the subsidy should be paid on roads of joint significance for all costs which are incurred. And our response to that is that the subsidy is paid upon an application for various types of work, whether it's for maintenance, for reseals, rehabilitation, or even for upgrades or construction work. There is an objective method of determining the subsidy. It is also a function of the municipal income. So given the size of budgets, etc., at municipalities, and it's in a sense a sliding scale. So routine maintenance could get up to 100% subsidy, whilst work, new work or construction upgrade works would get less of a subsidy. So the objectivity is spelled out in the regulations, which are currently in a draft form. Chair, as I indicated, we can either read through the entire comment received, but that is as I understand, the gist of the first comment and response.
Thank you. Just a member of Van der Westhuizen.
Thank you. Can I just ask the whole issue of subsidy? What do we know currently in terms of this legislation of support from province's side to local authorities for roads of joint significance, etc.?
Sure. Good, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member Van der Westhuizen. I would just want to pick up the right clause, if you don't mind, in the bill. So if Amanda could assist us with that.
Just say, I'm sometimes going to raise issues that are not in the bill that I believe should be in the bill as well. And I think subsidies for me is a little bit of a unless I missed it, of a blank space. And I think Mr. Lotz's comment was he would like the bill to be more explicit in terms of the financial contributions, either for not only the expropriation of land and the building of new infrastructure, but I think his concern is probably also to do with the maintenance of infrastructure. Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Chapter 8 of the bill deals with road subsidy arrangements, and regulations provide for the percentage to be determined by way of regulation, percentages of municipal expenditure, which will qualify for subsidy, as well as factors for determining the amount of road subsidy payable. And the comment is valid that there must be based on objective considerations, but the decision was to locate that in the regulations themselves.
Because are you happy with that?
No, sorry.
Okay, can we just
don't
work off the same document, Member? Because you're working off the, are you working to make sure of the Gazette, or are you working of the actual bill? Let's make sure we all work from the same document. Which documents as officials have? So we all work from the same document when we refer to it. Of the actual bill. Okay, so we all work from the actual bill. Yeah, so we all work from the bill and not from the Gazette. Which page you want to go to, Mr. van der Westhuizen?
It's clause number 28, from clause number 28 of the bill. So that may perhaps, which starts, that chapter 8 starts on from clause 28.
On page number 25, I think
That's
for
correct.
ease of reference, page number 25, chapter 8.
That's correct. So if I, Chair, may I?
Sure.
So I think what we're trying to indicate is that the bill does provide for subsidization. The specific quantity is dependent and will be captured within the regulations. Given that that may change over time, you don't want to include that specifically within the Act so that you're able to adjust it as and may be required depending on the financial situations and so on. So the specific sliding scale and the elements that have been referred to from an objective criteria perspective are specifically included in the regulations as articulated by Mr. Hall.
Just to say that we did specifically address this issue also in response to the City of Cape Town's comments. And the regulations currently provide for those percentages to be determined with reference to the nature of the work, as well as the budgeted expenditure, anticipated budgeted expenditure of the municipality. And there are also additional factors set out in relation to the determination of the amount. It's currently in the draft regulations.
Thank you. Continue.
Yeah, so it's also dependent obviously on the department's budget. So the department has a limited budget and it's prioritized in accordance with immediate priorities that are determined through our road asset management plan, which triggers things like the stitch-in-time principle, which means that the reseals play an important role, for example, as well as rehabilitation of roads. So one has to keep those major programs in mind when it comes to dealing with roads of joint significance within those spectrum of needs. So that's also important. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I just say, I note that the word is may, which means that department also doesn't have to contribute to a road of joint significance in terms of the bill. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, that is correct.
I think that was intentional in light of the fact it involves a transfer of funds. It's got to be subject to the controls imposed in respect of the transfer of funds. So a must would be essentially impose an obligation. Obviously, the objective criteria guides when the subsidy is payable, and the department would be bound to apply that fairly and rationally. But when it's an obligation of that nature, which is subject to other legislation and financial controls, we would prefer to use the word may in those circumstances.
Just put on your mic, Mother.
If you use words like, you believe it should be fair, etc. I also think that, such a subsidy would probably depend on the amount of traffic that is just what you call through traffic, etc., which is not, for only the municipalities use. Would the inclusion of some reference to a fair compensation or fair contribution improve the bill? Because at this point in time, my concern is that, we may declare a road of joint significance, but then we can walk away from any obligation in that regard.
It would be an option to include broad objective criteria in the bill. That would be an option. It wasn't the decision that was taken in drafting. I don't think it would take it much further to simply add the word fair, because all laws must be rational and according to the principle of legality and the rule of law. I mean, I don't see a problem with including possibly broad objective criteria in the bill, not necessarily detailed, a detailed list.
Sorry, HOD? Mr. Frey?
Chair, the reason why the word may is being used is because if if obviously when you subsidize something or when you can't contribute to a project, then you must have a fair say in what is going to happen in the project, because it is your money that's going to be used. But it does not necessarily mean that if a municipality wants to do a certain project, that and it's on a road of joint significance, that we will tell them that you cannot do it if we don't have money, but you have money, because so they can. So you must use the word may and not must, because we can contribute to the project, and obviously if the project is a fair one and it meets our objectives or criteria, we will subsidize it, but we do not necessarily have the money, and the other party may want to go ahead. So that's basically the reasoning behind the.
Thank you. I also have, Honourable Rodriguez, an aversion to the word must.
No. I fully understand why it's not must.
Yeah.
But I would like to see something like fair. I would like to say something like, by joint agreement, just to have that option open.
Sure.
Because I am concerned that, in future, we don't know what the future might hold, that sometimes province may want to declare certain roads and they may require certain upgrades, etc., and not, come to the party in terms of contributing to such projects. That is just a concern from my side. Sure. But I do like the fact that if you could just open up and have some principles into the legislation to guide in this respect, and just give a local authority also some leg to stand on and say, but please, it's not fair for you to expect of us to do certain projects or certain upgrades and not contribute to such needs that the province might express.
Honourable van der Westner, would you be comfortable if we use that in the regulations, or you're not comfortable with that? Just saying, before you could respond, can I just ask our colleague to if you input there?
Chair, at the moment, in terms of the ordinance, we have main roads that are subsidized. The ordinance spells out in the ordinance itself, it's 80% for this, or it's some other percentage for other roads, but basically an 80% subsidy. That doesn't mean that each and every municipality is going to get 80% for any project that it puts forward. The province is given a list of 5 projects from a particular municipality, and you don't have enough money to go around 5 projects, you might only be able to tackle 2 of them. You're going to get 80% subsidy, but the province's funds are limited, as are everybody's, so you have to choose which projects. The municipality puts forward its proposals. I want to tackle this maintenance project here, and I want to build a new road there. And then the province must say, okay, you're 80% for that maintenance project, or you're going to get 90% for whatever reason for the other. But you cannot say, I will fund all the projects that you're going to put at me at any particular time. There are other municipalities that need funding as well. So there has to be a basis on which you pick the projects that you are able to fund, and it's not necessarily going to be spread evenly all the time. One project in, say, Drakenstein might deplete your funds so that you are left only with funding for maintenance in other areas. So fair, yes, the municipality puts its proposals in and you have then to adjudicate in consultation with the municipality. Being put in place is the regulations that there would be discussion, say, with a district roads engineer who would advise, and that you would then be able to reason out what is going to be put forward and would be probably in line for funding.
Could I just add, in terms of the legal principle, regulations are legislation and binding law. So including the criteria and regulations would provide the necessary protection to municipalities should they be dissatisfied with a decision. And the regulations are authorized by the bill. So from a legal point of view, it would be sound and offer the protection.
Regulations will most probably come to the committee as well. Of
course, yeah. Member for Station.
Do we adopt regulations or do we note regulations? And does the regulations go through the same public participation process? But my question is actually, there's a whole lot of ordinances that is going to be repealed by this bill.
Sorry, one ordinance and one act.
The other references are to amendment ordinances, which as a question of style, we also refer to when repealing a primary ordinance.
Thank you for clarity on that one. But I presume that the ordinance that you refer to would also be included in the list of laws to be repealed.
The roads ordinance would be repealed, 19 of 1976, and Act 21 of 1940, which dealt with advertising along roads and ribbon development. An act that was devolved, assigned to the province from the national level. So that the province owns that act and must repeal it.
Sorry, Chair, can I just, but the percentages that were quoted, would that be repealed? That is my understanding.
That's correct. Yeah.
So what is the, what is the assurance that the ordinance determine percentages, but this very ordinance will be repealed? Then the percentages will also be repealed.
They will be provided for in the regulations under the bill once enacted.
Thank you, HOD.
If I may perhaps help just give the specific clause. So the next page, clause 31 of the bill indicates that the minister may, with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance, make regulations prescribing the percentage of expenditure by a municipality in relation to the activities referred to in the section that may be paid by the department. So that's the 80% to the 90%, the sliding scale, etc. Items that qualify or do not qualify for the road subsidy in respect of the category.
Hang on, HOD, there's something went wrong technically. Okay. But while you do that, under 31A, page 26, member van der Westhuizen. Members online, can you still hear me?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Actually, I think you can continue.
All right. Thank you, Chair. So I don't need to read through all of them, Chair, but I think it gives an indication that this hopefully gives some, I would hope, gives some comfort to the honourable member that the regulations that will go through the necessary legal processes and discussions with the Minister of Finance do provide and will provide explicitly for the percentages on whatever basis that will now be repealed with the roads ordinance being repealed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. That covers all your concerns, member van der Westhuizen, on that particular point.
Yes, thanks.
Thank you. Continue. Sorry, members online, anyone's got a question so far?
Covered, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member August.
Covered, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I can continue.
Chair, thank you. The next point is also from Drakenstein. It deals with the expropriation of land. And again, the term may is being used, may expropriate. And the Drakenstein is suggesting that we use the word must for particularly for land that is superfluous after the expropriation assessment has been made. So the response is from the department that the minister needs to have discretion in this regard regarding superfluous or alienated land, whether he or she can rather compensate the owner based on necessary information from the owner in a collaborative means. So that's the point.
Thank you. I'm happy with the word may. Like I said earlier on, I have an aversion to the word must. We can continue.
Thank you. The next set of comments is from the City of Cape Town. It refers to clause 2, bracket 2 in the bill. The concern is that the bill does not require province to subsidize in the same principle that Drakenstein, I suppose, has highlighted. Our response is that new provisions in the bill should put the city in a better position, but payment by province still within available resources should be noted, and a deviation of competing network priorities needs to be, a derivation of competing network priorities needs to be noted.
Covered. Next.
Covered. Thank you. Clause 4.7, again from the city, the same comment as Drakenstein about unviable land or superfluous land, and the same response from the department, Chair.
We dealt with it before.
Okay. Clause 8.1, again from the city, joint assessment. The concern is that the municipality and the province may have different ideas when it comes to joint assessment. The joint assessment in response is done on a rational criteria defined in the bill, and then agreement with a deadlocking mechanism provided for. Maybe Amanda would like to highlight specific parts of the bill.
Yes, thank you, Carl. I think, as Carl says, there's a very detailed process in clause 11 of the bill setting out how the joint assessment process is done. It's guided by the criteria in section 5 of the bill, which is essentially the functional criteria guiding the determination of as to whether a road will be a provincial road, a road of joint significance, or a municipal road. And the functional approach has been confirmed by the Constitutional Court in relation to functional areas in the Constitution. There's provision for consultation in clause 11. And so essentially, I think the process in clause 11 accommodates the different approaches between a province and a municipality by placing the road in the correct functional area. Thank you.
Well, for the rest, you didn't ever. That wasn't part of your comments. You emailed me now.
Can I just? Sorry, don't know if you deliberately go quite fast. It's very interesting for me that when we speak about the department, then we say may. We may contribute. When we talk of municipalities, we say the relevant municipality must, and then we qualify within its available resources. I just believe that, yeah, we're calling the shots. We're making the bill. This is our bill. But I'm concerned that, our approach towards our own obligations and that we put onto municipalities are not even-handed. They're not worded in the same kind of language, and that remains a concern with me. And I'm going to park that then there. I hope that we would be able to discuss this further going forward.
That is fair. Just some collaboration internally. Mr. Tanner, would you like to say?
Is must for the province.
I think just as a broad answer, we need to look at, every specific provision where the concern is raised, because there would be a specific reason in each case. The general rule is must indicates a duty, while may indicates a power, where there's an exercise of a discretion. But as Mr. Fanner does note, clause 2.1 is an example of a provision where a must is used also in relation to the province's responsibilities.
Section or chapter 4, which deals with joint assessment. I think by nature, joint assessment.
So can you talk a bit louder? Your mic.
I think,
Johannes, can you check your mic?
I'll just move a bit closer. It's a bit awkward, but I'll
just pull the other one next to you as well. Both. Yeah, the one. Yeah. See if you can pull that one closer. Then you switch both on.
Okay. I hope that works. Joint assessment, chapter 4. It deals with the assessment of previously declared roads. So, as an example, province and the city are currently busy with such an exercise. In fact, we've drawn up an MOA mutually agreed. So there's always mutuality in the process. It's never done as a top-down or autocratic. The idea is that the bill also incorporates constitutional principles around commenting periods, response times. One can raise objections, and it goes through a process. There is a deadlock mechanism provided for in the bill where the minister makes the final decision, but the process is quite judicial. Thank you.
Okay, that was 4.7. We're going to 8.3. We've done 8.1 page 5. Now we're going to 9.1.
Chair, still 9.1 is still from the city's comments. It deals with minimum or maximum turnaround times required. The timescales for dual application are dealt with in the regulations. That's the response from the department. There are specific timescales like 30 days and 60 days, I remember, in the regulations. But Amanda, maybe if you want to say something.
Yes, correct. The time periods are all dealt with in the regulations. There's a few comments pertaining to the issue of time periods. The only one where it was not deemed appropriate to include a specific time period was clause 10. Was clause 10, 15. No, time periods are included in clause 10.15. Those in 10.15, it refers to the applications from third parties under the bill. Depending on the specific section, they're either 60 days or 90 days. The provision, there's no time period imposed in respect of the length of time it must take the province to reach an agreement with the municipality. And that is 10.9, where the activity proposed by the municipality may not proceed unless agreement has been reached in respect of the viability and technical details. And other than that, time periods are included in the regulations. It would be more appropriate in our view to include them in the regulations than the bill in case circumstances indicate the need for an amendment. It's easier in the regulations, and it's a kind of procedural issue best dealt with in regulations.
Okay, so that
10, that's 10.7 dealt with. Chair, 10.8. The request is for additional details on actions. Maybe we should look at 10.8.
So that will also be dealt with in the regulations.
Timescales are dealt with in the regulations, correct, Chair?
Okay,
Yes.
so 10.9.
10.9, again, timescales on agreement of actions. Similarly, it's not appropriate to give timescales on reaching agreement. Yeah, okay, this is on reaching agreement. So I suppose one has to take into account that if there are objections, that one has to allow for that. And therefore timescales are not specifically given.
Yeah, actually, is there a specific time? Because I can understand what they're asking for. In the regulations, I mean, I think they mentioned earlier, say looking at 60 days or something. Is there any reason why there's no indication at least? It doesn't, it's not open-ended and it ends to sit out 2 years to find a solution to the problem.
Chair, I think it does depend on the municipality, you see. So by putting a particular timeline in, some municipalities want agreements to be served in front of their council, to authorize a municipal manager perhaps to sign them, which in itself could take months.
Yeah.
We have had experience of that before, where potentially there's an agreement between us technically, but something then happens when it gets into a council level and the matter is delayed. It can also be that from a legal point of view, you are, pushing the papers between you.
Okay.
My worry around providing timelines is the case of what if you don't meet them? Then what? What does that mean?
Yeah.
So one has to be very careful, I think, that if you say it must be done within 60 days, well, if it isn't,
what then?
Yeah. And what process do you suddenly now have to go through, or is it taken as moot and you now have to move on? So particularly in this instance, I do think it is better for all concerned. And if one goes back to the fairness and being open and understanding for both parties and for municipalities that potentially may not have the backup that the province does from the legal support, et cetera, that they be given the time and the opportunity to be able to interact and work through for us to get the necessary agreements that may be required. That's why I'm quite comfortable that there isn't a specific time frame. Otherwise, we could land up forcing something through just to meet a timeline in terms of a regulation, and then land up creating more problems than not.
Okay. Thank you. Member van der Westhuizen.
Can I just, unfortunately, sometimes municipalities are under huge pressure to undertake certain infrastructure developments. In the case of Stellenbosch and Lower Dorp Street, there's a major construction regarding a new sewage line, which is going to last 4 weeks, 5 weeks. And this is blocking a road, or, the road had to be closed. And my question is just, let's say we get a provincial Department of Transport that is not efficient, that's not effective, that is not functioning. Yet we have a well-functioning municipality that wants to go ahead, and we need economic growth and we need development, and the municipal manager can even be taken to court if sewage, keeps on running down the rivers, etc. What is the escape that you foresee for a municipality then to be able to proceed if this says you cannot proceed unless you have first come to some agreement? Please.
Chair, if I may respond.
Yeah.
So with all respect, I think it's the same with any particular program. There are the provisions of intergovernmental relations. There's the provision to escalate if the department is being if it's specifically delaying or lagging its feet, to escalate to the MEC, to escalate to the Premier, as is generally the case nowadays, that people seem to escalate out of turn. So there is always those provisions, but I don't believe that we should be putting things into necessary. If we're finding that that is a problem that occurs on a regular basis, then certainly one should be taking that up later and making an adjustment or an amendment. But I don't think that that we should be binding ourselves on the that could cause more problems for all of us and for the municipality later on than what we have currently.
Can I also just add, we gave a lot of careful consideration to this exact issue in the drafting process. And clauses 10.10 and 10.11 were specifically included with these concerns in mind. So clause 10.10 provides that in the circumstances contemplated in subsection 9, the head of department and municipality must engage in the most appropriate and cost-effective manner jointly to resolve to mitigate any negative impact of the proposed activity on provincial traffic and provincial transport by agreeing to an amendment or amendments to the technical details of activity, or to agree to request to the request by the municipality for agreement of the head of department to undertake the proposed activity be withdrawn by the municipality. And subclause 11 provides that for the purposes of resolving a dispute, the department and municipality must cooperate and collaborate with one another in accordance with section 41 of the Constitution, which may include mediation by a person contemplated in 3.2a. So those specific intergovernmental obligations are reiterated in those clauses for the very reason you mentioned.
Yeah, Marcus.
But I also note that, again, this is only written from the viewpoint of traffic and not from the municipality's needs that may be different from traffic. The municipality may be in need of resolving a burst water pipe, or maybe having to resolve to a sewerage blockage, or, upgrade. And again, unfortunately, we're only trying to protect, it seems to be, the Department of Transport's interests in this regard.
Honourable, I understand the point you're making. I think that's in the nature of legislation, where we legislate within our particular mandate. And I just want to reiterate, I agree with the head of department's response. It's in the nature of our constitutional system, where we have these different functional areas, where different spheres of government legislate in relation to their functional area, which is why cooperative governance is so critical. So it wouldn't. We have, to the best of our ability, address these concerns by specifically providing for consultative mechanisms in the bill where appropriate. We can't obviously legislate on municipal functional areas, and it's not our mandate to do so. So I think the answer is it's not an easy question to address, but the answer is in the nature of legislation itself and our constitutional system.
Chair, if I could, I see Mr. Abrams' hand is up, but before we perhaps hand over to him online, besides and notwithstanding the IGR principles that are allowed for, the bill also provides for decision making within normal contractual issues like way leaves. For example, if a service provider owns a fiber optic cable within the road reserve, then by all means a way leave could be given for that contractor appointed through the service provider to actually, with agreement on standards, obviously, with the department, to allow for such a quicker method of actually doing the work. In cases, municipalities may also own sanitation pipelines or water mains within a provincial corridor, and that can also be provided for within a mechanism like a contractual agreement or way leave. So there are contractual day-to-day, basically, COLTO arrangements.
Thank you, Mr. Abrams.
Thank you very much. I just thought it may help just to give a little background on this issue, and I perfectly understand Mr. van der Westhuizen's concerns, because it's not always the municipality that that doesn't have the capacity. He's quite right; it may actually be the province at some stage in the future. But I just want to give maybe a bit of background as to where this particular issue comes from. And it goes back to clause 10.6, because what it says in clause 10.6 that a municipality is the organisation that must actually undertake work on a road of joint significance, be it maintenance or new construction, or whatever it is that relates to the road itself. But because there's a joint management of these roads of joint significance, before a municipality can undertake the work, and these items of work are listed in clause 6, for example, 6A is construction of a road, and B is construction of non-motorized facilities like a sidewalk or a cycle path, and a relocation or alteration of the road and so forth. So these are things that will significantly alter the standard of the road concerned. So before they can do so, they have to then get the permission or the approval of the head of department, who will then, share the cost of doing this work. So that's where it comes from. Now, it's only items of work that relate to the road. So the example Mr. van der Westhuizen had and the concern that he has about the burst sewage pipe, well, that's something different, because it's in the nature of an emergency, and the municipality can, of course, do such repair work as necessary as long as they reinstate the road as it was before, or in terms of standards and guidelines. If they want to at the same time, do some improvements to the road, then they would have to get permission for that. But the permission required to go ahead and deal with an emergency, I don't really think they would require permission of the head of department. I don't know if that helps at all.
Van der Westhuizen, does that assist you?
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
So again, the city clause 28.1, the payment of subsidy. Again, the city indicates that it's subjective, and that criteria should be added more. Similar to Drakenstein, we've indicated that the regulations do provide subjectivity, and unpacks the methodology around the subsidy. Chair. If you're happy, if there's no comments, then clause 32.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Again,
Chair. My hand was up from the previous point.
I'm sorry.
You can continue, Member Murray.
Okay, thank you. So this just related to the timeframes. I just wanted to determine, and I know this is a bit crude, but what is the general timeframe for approval for this road, or what would we anticipate that to be? And maybe this is something to bring under resolutions, but maybe a middle ground might be that the HOD not be sort of forced to adhere to a timeframe, but motivate for an extension where it has exceeded an anticipated timeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The timeframes anticipated in respect of the decisions in clause 10.3 and 5, or the requests for comments and recommendations, that is 60 days. And in respect of the request for comments and recommendations in 10.6, it's 30 days. The numerous other applications for approvals contemplated throughout the bill, and they are either 60 or 90 days, and that's set out in the regulations. But the point is noted, we can consider that when drafting finalizing the regulations with regard to introducing flexibility in that regard.
Thank you. Member van der Westhuizen.
Can I just get clarity on the term road subsidy? It appears under the definitions, and then it refers us to section 8. But in section 8,
Does it refer to the page number? Is it chapter 8 or section 8?
Section 8.1. If you look at the definitions,
chapter 3.
If you look under definitions on page 7, road subsidy means a road subsidy contemplated in Chapter 8. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm getting confused between sections and chapters.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Chapter 3 or Chapter 8?
Chapter 8. Sorry. I was missing road subsidy in Section 8. My apologies. My question was, and I've now referred to the wrong one, so perhaps you can just correct me. What is a road subsidy for? Is it only for construction? Is it for maintenance? Is it, that is actually what I thought, the definitions would help me to understand.
Okay, HOD Gooch.
Through you, Chair. So it's covered in Section 28(2), and it indicates the municipality may apply to the HOD in the prescribed manner for the payment of a road subsidy in respect of project planning. So it covers the costs for project planning, design, construction, maintenance, or management of a road of joint significance for which it's responsible. So it covers that broadly. Thank you.
Happy.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The last comment from the city, clause 32. The municipality has competency on decisions for advertising. And the question is, who decides? What are the decision-making rules around advertising? Our response, there's dual responsibility. Remember, we're dealing with roads of joint significance and provincial roads versus municipal roads. So there's dual responsibility constitutionally as well due to provincial roads and traffic functions, and the application must obtain approval from both parties. Procedures can be integrated.
Can I just get clarity from that? I know member Enriquez had a few questions on it. You're saying advertisers will hence also apply to the HOD for permission to display an advertisement. So the advertisement has to apply to both the city and the HOD. And how does that process look like?
If I could maybe I'd like to ask one of my team members to. Sorry, thank you. Could one of my team members pitch in, Skulk, if you'd like to respond, please, on advertising? The question again is what the process looks like.
Yes, so you're saying that the advertisers will henceforth apply to the for permission to the HOD to display an advertisement in terms of this bill to both the city and the HOD. Correct. Is my understanding correct? And how does that process look like? Or is it advertising to the city and then the city inform the HOD? How does it? Just explain the practical process.
Okay, Amanda should answer that one.
On the legal issue, then I'll hand over to my colleague, Skulk. It's correct that the application gets submitted to the municipality and the province concurrently in parallel. The province only considers the road traffic aspects of the application only, whilst the municipality considers the effect on the advertising component as it is its functional area. Of course, and the traffic safety issue from a municipal roads point of view. That's also integrated into the decision of advertising. But Mr. Fanner is absolutely correct. The city would also consider the effect on municipal roads and traffic.
Just help me understand how can I put it diplomatically? What has changed? Why are we doing this now? I mean, what has caused this to change? Something must have happened. Because
okay. Bluntly put, it's my understanding that it is the Constitution. So remember, the advertising and provision of ribbon, that whole long one, my apologies, was from 19 what, Mr. Fanner? Okay, 1940. Our Constitution came along and gave a specific provision and power and authority to municipalities. And therefore, we actually can't continue to use the Advertising and Ribbon Development Act because it's actually in conflict with the Constitution. So we're now trying to make provision to understand that the province has a responsibility as a road authority for provincial traffic, etc., to consider safety aspects and so on. And advertising is known and proven to have different types of advertising a potential impact on road safety, and therefore we have a responsibility, but the function of it resides at a municipal level. And so the law now has to be able to make provision for both responsibilities.
No, the reason I'm asking, because normally something triggered this. Somebody got a legal letter to say you hit my bus and now and you're trying to cover a loop. I'm not saying you in this case. I'm just saying something triggered this, and that's what I'm trying. Did anything trigger this for this loop, for this to be closed? And does that, because so far I haven't received any objections from the advertising industry. No one is saying there's another red tape this government is trying to introduce or something. It's not going to be a practical thing where somebody submitted document A, they now need to do 2 documents. I'm just trying to understand the practicality of this process.
Historically, applications, even under the Advertising on Roads and Urban Development Act, have been referred to the province in any event. So it's kind of structural, the amendments. It's the change, yeah, it's structural and procedural, but they're critical. They're also fundamental at the same time, redesigning the law. So I think it's really been a process of, as many provisions of the bill, adapting the pre-existing procedures into the constitutional framework.
Thank you. I think your colleague wanted to add for Enriquez.
Yeah, I think everything was said basically about where it comes from. All I can add is in a practical way, when somebody wants to apply for an advertising sign that's aimed at road traffic, where the province is the road authority of or where it's a road of joint significance, then there's 2 channels of application. One is to the municipality, who must issue the approval, but the municipality shouldn't issue that approval without the endorsement or the comment of the road authority that say they're happy there's no road safety implication. So that's practically what it boils down to. We discussed this, the application will be to both parties, and then the letter of endorsement from the province to say that there's no impact on road safety, then the municipality will issue that approval in practically.
Just to add one further point, the city already has a bylaw in place regulating advertising, and has for quite some time under its own constitutional functional area, and that bylaw provides for applications to be submitted to the province for comment. So it ties together.
Okay. Honourable Provincial.
Yes, thank you. Can we stand a little bit on this point of advertising?
No, fair enough, yeah.
My first problem is with the definition of advertising. Means any visible representation of a word, name, letter, figure, object, mark, logo, symbol. So it seems to me, and perhaps please correct me if I'm incorrect, any farm name, any sign, a G7, because I do note that in the rural areas they now seem to have turn-offs marked, and I presume it's for the use of farm watches, ambulances, fire brigades, and so on. They would say G5, G6, G7, etc. along the roads. These seem now to be falling within the definition of an advertisement. Am I correct, or doesn't that represent a letter or a word?
You're correct. The definition is broad. That is sound legally, and that was also confirmed in the matter of independent outdoor media versus City of Cape Town, where the decision related to a very similar definition in the City of Cape Town's bylaw. So in principle, what that decision found was that there'd been no historical matter in which the issue had come up before the courts. So it is a very broad definition. That's why in clause 32 of the bill dealing with advertising, there's quite detailed provision made for the minister to make regulations prescribing specific categories of advertisements to be exempt from the provisions of the Act. And so that's provided for in the regulations. Also in relation to specific roads or as I said, types of advertisements. My colleague, Mr. Van, gone blank.
So you wanted to add something?
Carstens and Mr. Fanner can possibly elaborate on the advertising issue. Sorry?
But I think, do you want to add first before I hand over to Member Van der Westhuizen? Thank you.
The issue of farm names does come up with the Agri West Cape. They've raised that issue as well. So we get to that a bit later. Or
Well, I think perhaps under the general sense of advertising, then we perhaps cover that point as well. So you can speak to that as well. Yeah, you can speak to that, it's fine. Because it'll be included in that. Farm names, wine farms, advertisement, the whole 9 yards, yeah.
Chair, the response to the Agri West Cape comment was that indeed the farm name is an advertisement, but it has more the nature of a road sign. And as such would be acceptable, but with a minimum size. Because you don't want traffic coming along with somebody peering everywhere looking for a farm name that can't be read. So there are certain qualifications, let's say, to make a farm name sign acceptable, but erring on the side of road safety by making it legible.
Okay, so you're saying Doringfontein must be minimum 30 centimeters by 70. Is that a minimum requirement you want to see?
Yes, Chair, and also certain signs wouldn't have to be referred to the department for approval if they meet those requirements. So,
Member van der Westhuizen?
Yes, thank you. Can I just, so now that we know that farm names, etc., are all included under advertisements or advertising, the definition. The second one is then there's a prohibition on certain advertisements, and it seems to me no person may display or cause or permit to be displayed an advertisement if the advertisement is visible from a provincial road or a road of joint significance outside an urban area. And then I do know that without the prior written permission of the head of department. So if I now, once this bill is enacted, wants to put up a name next to my farm, I must apply to the head of department. You say no. If it complies with certain regulations, I don't need to apply. Sure. And perhaps you can just point out to me, where that is provided for in this piece of legislation. The second one is if the advertisement is within 50 meters from the boundary of provincial road or a road of joint significance in an urban area. Now, my understanding when I think of a road of joint significance, it's a few roads there in Stellenbosch, and there are buildings next to the road. They've got their names on the buildings, etc., and all kinds of manners and forms and so on, all kinds of logos of businesses, etc. And it seems to me, again, in future, I will have to get the prior written permission of the head of department for those. And then it also seems to me, you say within 250 meters of the boundary of a provincial road, that is a freeway. So it seems to me also if these signs which I see next to the N2 or N1, for example, on school rugby fields, I think you may recollect, what I'm referring to here on the N2. There are a few big signs within the boundary of the of private properties that we're also saying that in future you will also have to apply. Then there is this thing which says that unless you're currently legal, you've got permission currently to display that, then you can continue with that. My question is just how will I know that I'm legal? Because the Constitution came about. The Constitution now requires of municipalities to have policies on advertising, etc. I'm just concerned that we are putting an enormous burden But perhaps I should stop you so that you can come in and just say to me, no, you're reading this completely incorrectly. There is an exemption that's general in the bill.
Thanks. Perhaps can we start with the exemptions first and the size of the advertisement and the road, so that member Andrika shouldn't have to worry if there is favorite visiting place in outside Stellenbosch now need to get an additional sign or must apply for an exemption.
The relevant provision is clause 32(5)(a), where it states the provincial minister may make regulations prescribing in general or in relation to a specific road or portion of roads the types of advertisements that are exempt from the application of subsection 1. And clause 32(5)(d) provides that the provincial minister may also make regulations on the technical requirements applicable to the display of advertisements, including advertisements that are exempt from the application of subsection 1 and advertisements contemplated in paragraph A. And then also just to note, I note the points you make about the exclusion of advertisements that were lawfully displayed prior to the commencement of the Act, but the requirement is simply that there is a pre-existing approval. And once that approval lapses, I think it's usually 5 years, then there's an obligation to reapply under the new regime, the new legislation.
Thanks. Can I just quickly, and my colleague will join now, just on this, these two, 5A and 5D, I mean, if you started looking, and let's talk practical, I like practical things, at the sizes in the regulations, at the technical requirements, so that there's more clarity, because I can guarantee you, Ma'am Dickerson is we're going to sit here the whole day on that point. So have you start thinking on the sizes, the shapes, the forms, and all because that affects a lot of people in the urban areas and in the rural areas. So I think that is probably the easiest answer to this. Is what size must the sign be, not be, what will be excluded, etc., etc.
Yeah, if I can answer this, the sign sizes, in the end, it must be legible at speed of the traffic passing or looking for some, name to make a decision. That's the road safety principle. So it's basically, the same principles you apply to road traffic signs, to read on a destination sign, and destination signs in general are larger. It depends on the length of the word, how many bits of information it is, and in road sign terms, you can actually apply principles to determine legibility, and that also reflects text size. So there isn't a single board on which all names must be fitted, because names differ in length and so on. And that will be for farm names, we recommend that a minimum of 150 or 140 millimeter text should be readable for the most farm names up to 2 bits of information. And secondary text, like the name of the farmer, doesn't have to be the same size, but that's practical detail that is spelled out a bit better in the regulations, and it varies. Just to refer to advertisements on buildings, that's also exempt from having to apply to the province. If there's a road of joint significance through a town, the municipality alone handle advertisements on buildings.
And I think probably if you look at, let's say, Elam, a place like Elam where the road runs through the town, there's no 50-meter space. So should you in the future decides to be a road of joint significance, and I think that's probably what you're referring to, because in some of the houses got the signs up there, tweede land, derde land. So those will be exempted, I'm saying.
Yeah, you must distinguish between street names are actually road traffic signs. Legally, they must be displayed in accordance with national standards.
Yeah.
And then, on buildings, things in the forecourt hanging from the wall, even in a deep urban area, that is also exempt.
Okay.
And say there's a coffee shop or whatever, the more important thing is there parking.
There's not parking.
Yeah. And in Elam's case, it is a difficult one because it doesn't fall under a municipality,
Yes.
really. The church manages the town.
There's another problem, but Andrika.
Chair, can I ask that we be served? Because previously when I raised this at the public participation, you said that you already have draft regulations. Now it's important for me to know that it is something that is able to be regulated. If we say it will be regulated. But can I say, yesterday I took a drive out of Stellenbosch. And for example, the Western Cape government is busy with an upgrading, and they've got a huge sign there, blue and white, making this road safer for you. And there is such a lot of information on this sign that there's no way in which I could read all of that sign. If you want, it's the resurfacing of the M12 Polka Dry, from Blackheath to Stellenbosch, the consulting engineer, the contractor's names, a phone number that you could phone. There's the CWP number, Western Cape, etc., etc. Now, quite clearly, it's much easier for me to read Jakkalsvlei, just a farm name, than to be able to take in all of this information driving at 80 kilometers an hour. So it's not only for me the size of the lettering, but also the amount of information that you want to, which may detract my attention from the road. And I do hope that is then also covered in the regulations. And I don't want us to put an obligation onto owners of businesses, owners of farms, etc., when we ourselves, doesn't act in an exemplary way. In terms, if this could be allowed next to a provincial road, then I can't understand why we must now expect of every farmer to apply for his or her farm name, or for these signs, as I've indicated, that I believe serve a purpose to, in terms of crime prevention and perhaps to call out medical assistance to a farm and the emergency responses and so on. So, Chair, I would like us just to be able to know. I'm concerned that we might find up in the situation where the South African Police Services ended up with their legislation regarding gun ownership, etc. So my next question is, have you done an impact assessment on the number of applications that you will have to consider? Because just in that 6 kilometer, 3 kilometers out of Stellenbosch, 3 kilometers back, I tried to take account the number of signs that would have to apply in future for permission. And I can give you a letter that none of those farms can give you at this point a letter to say that this is where I obtained permission to be able to put my farm name on my gate or something like that. So I have a bit of a problem with that. I also want to know about, you say, road signs. We do have, for example, in Stellenbosch, the Stellenbosch wine route. My impression is that their signage does not comply with the regulations or the ordinance in terms of road signs or information signs. My impression is that these brown signs are the approved or the regulated information signs. But there are many other signs also informing the public. How do you provide for that in terms of your regulations? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And I'll hand over to the team. And then on that, the 4U sign, Andrika's, the HOD in the team is responsible for that. Yes, there's a lot of different color wordings on there. So for the reader like myself who likes to read, you have to slow down to see the light blue, the dark blue, the wording in black, the contractor's name. So how do it's a very important point, actually. So our own sign needs to be compliant before we start imposing our laws on other people.
Before you do, let me indicate that that is obviously a construction sign. So it's a temporary sign. It's not a permanent, it doesn't have a permanent point. But your point is well made. And it was not necessarily something that we were completely, let me say there were requirements to have certain things changed and put as far as a provincial government branding perspective on that sign. And perhaps if I may, Chair, leave it at that.
I get it. No further explanation needed. You can continue, sir.
Yes, if we start off with contract signs, that is temporary. And in many cases, it is in a changed environment where a temporary speed limit would be applicable, or ideally it should be at a stop-go, for instance, that there's more time to read. But the intention is not that the driver read everything on that temporary sign. And the requirements of what must be on that sign is more a civil engineering industry standard. So there are other things taken into account, and in our draft regulations, that is one of the signs that's also exempt from having to apply.
Provided it meets.
Yeah, I suppose standards must still be, well, can be improved on those signs. So it's not to say that the existing signs are necessarily conforming to all standards. On the tourism sign side, unfortunately, there are lots of illegal signs also, but the brown signs are also national or regulated in terms of the National Road Traffic Act. So they should conform to principles in that national or the road traffic signs manual, basically. By providing tourism signs in accordance with standard, it can actually reduce the number of advertising that property owners want to erect on their properties. And in the end, too many signs also leads to confusion. So the control is basically around a safe road environment, and then providing additional information rather on premises, but not to traveling or the public traveling at speed. So, if there's old wine route signs, we must remember that the administrator of the Cape approved some of those. The original wine routes was approved in 1989, and some wine farms still cling to that as administrator approval. But they are phased out or being replaced by brown background tourism signs. It's not everything along the road is necessarily up to the latest standard, but that's what we as a provincial authority strive towards, and lots of these wine farms are along the rural roads, and the municipality should also conform to that national standard. It's not that it's a provincial standard. All road authorities should apply road traffic signs in accordance with the national standard. The advertising is again a local authority function where they approve, but when it's aimed at road traffic, obviously we must assess the safety impact of that, and we can ask if it's really necessary, to have tourism signs and advertising signs saying the same thing.
There was still another comment outstanding from our colleagues.
Yeah, Schalk has basically said what I wanted to say by saying that you don't have to read all the signs. It's the matter of how we design signs is actually a very interesting topic on which you can spend a couple of hours. But the way that we always try is how can we get more information to the road user in a safe way so that he can read what he needs to read. But he doesn't have to read anything. And my comment started off with Member van der Westhuizen saying he can't read this construction sign. But if he doesn't want to know anything about the contract, then he doesn't have to read the sign. because he knows that it is a construction sign, and you can stop on a rural road and you can actually stop and see what the name of the contractor is if you're interested. And the same applies to any sign. There are certain consistency in color and shape and everything. So if you take a direction sign, for example, the through destination is always at the top. So if you don't want to know what direction you're going in, you go straight, then the top is all you have to read. You don't have to read all the other things. And the shape of the sign is important. You know, if the sign is a triangle, you know it's a warning sign, not any other sign that warns you. If it's a circle, it's a regulatory sign. So there are it is a whole science in itself on what is the color of the sign. If you're looking for a tourism thing, it is a brown sign. And if everybody, and even overseas, the sign is a brown sign. So it is good that if you want your farm or your destination or your place advertised, is to put it on a brown sign, because that's anybody in any language in the world knows what that brown sign means. But if you put up, I'm fancy, I want to put up a little pink sign with a heart form, then you're not following the rules. But there is consistency in the thing to try and make it easy and safe for the road user, because the confused road user is a dangerous road user.
And I think we are.
I would still like to hear whether you've done an impact assessment on whether the province has got the necessary capacity to consider all the applications for road signs, should we in future require a lot of people to apply for advertisements or in types of signing that they want to put up. But yes, I take Mr. Foury's point that you don't need to read. We must distinguish between probably what you as a motorist needs to know in order to not be confused, and what you can elect to read or not. But I do know that the provincial traffic engineers have been quite upset with the advertisement signs at the T-junction between Oudtshoorn and George. They in the Klein Karoo, and it seems to me Mr. Carstens knows quite well of that particular one, where these are not signs that you need to read, and it's got nothing to do with the road or whether you must turn left or right. But you have been arguing that is distracting motorist attention, etc. So if we could get a copy of those regulations so that we can just assess whether there will now be a flood of applications coming your way in order to comply, or whether we're again going to have a piece of legislation that people just ignore because we don't have the policing to enforce all of that. And again, my question remains: how can I prove that my house's name that I've put up on my fence, that I've got permission from this department for that? Because it's not only permission from the municipality, I hear, it's also the permission from roads. Thank you.
Well, just on that issue, of course, people should have been applying for all these filthy great advertisements, but we didn't expect them to apply for a farm name in the past.
Yeah.
And we still don't, provided it meets certain requirements.
I think I think that's the point, Member van der Westhuizen. Where is those requirements? Is that in the regulations that you're going to serve?
That would be in the regulations.
I think that is what you
also
want to be,
the limitation on the amount of information being given, regardless of Mr. Foury's idea that you don't need to read everything. I personally think that these libraries that people put up, they were at Merendal outside Durbanville for a while. There was a sign there that it took forever to read. And if you have to stop to read the sign, you are definitely not promoting traffic safety. So I would beg to differ with Mr. Fourie in that respect, and would say that it's self-defeating for an advertiser to put a lot of wording onto a sign because you can't read it all. It makes sense for him to advertise, him or her to advertise, given bigger letters that you can read quickly and absorb the message and get on with it, and not have to slow down to take in something that you didn't need to know anyway.
Okay. And
In defense of Mr. Fourie, one of his signs is at the traffic light intersection. So there you can sit while you're waiting for the green light to read his sign.
okay. So advisor wanted to.
Just with regard to the draft regulations, we do have an advanced draft ready, and there's no difficulty to provide those. And I think they will address a lot of the queries. Also, just with regard to your query regarding an impact assessment, just 2 points. This is a refinement of existing procedures and practice. It's not something totally new. And the second point is there's a very well-developed industry and guideline documents on advertising. So those have also been used to inform the regulations in that regard. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That covers that point. On that, how do we regulate? Just a matter of interest. I'm not sure whether this falls under EXA. These helicopters that are, and I'm not going to give them any advertisement, that are known to fly around rugby games and advertising their products. That doesn't fall under you. Not under. You leave that to EXA. Okay.
They don't fly closer than 50 meters.
50 meters to the highway. The next point.
Okay, thank you. We're moving on to a next set of comments, Chair, and we are 1.5 hours into the meeting. So if Rob Stanway, independent professional engineer, provided some comments. His first comment is on the memo of objects 2.2, indicating here that there's no provision for mitigating impacts on environment and land use planning. Our response is that the planning process does provide for identifying and ensuring these mitigating impacts. Chair, in chapter 6 of the bill and clause 18 onwards, in fact, clauses 18, 19, and 20 alludes to planning principles. They're quite extensive. But just to particularly look at environmental impacts in clause 20, 2C, with regard to section 24 of NEMA, which is the National Environmental Act, the identification, investigation, assessment, communication of, and procedures for the identification, assessment, and communication of potential consequences or impact of the project's activities on the environment, as well as heritage, social, health, safety, access considerations where applicable. So there are provisions particularly for environmental impacts. And I think it goes wider, you know, where there's transport system impacts like TODs, transit-orientated development, or governance issues around social impacts. Or, you know, the holistic approach is endorsed in the bill through these chapters.
Thank you. And continue. Anyone else online?
On the memo, the second one, memo of objects again, 2.4, only the municipality can regulate municipal roads or provincial and provinces not. The response from the department is that the Constitution allows for regulations of performance of municipalities over exclusive functions. But do not have the specific clauses within the Constitution here, but maybe, would you like to speak to that? Amanda would like to speak to that.
So in this regard, there's a few comments relating to the same theme, which is essentially why are provinces legislating in respect of municipal roads? Under the sections 154.1, 155.6, and 155.7 of the Constitution, provinces have the legislative authority to support municipality by legislative means. The provision in 155.7 of the Constitution actually goes a little bit further and says the national government, subject to Section 44, and the provincial governments have the legislative and executive authority to see to the effective performance by municipalities of their functions. So this is the more dynamic supervisory monitoring power, essentially, and monitoring and support power, which provinces have under the Constitution. That said, it's a broadly regulating function. It's not a direct authorization function. So where we provide provisions in relation to municipal roads only, that's support via legislative means. It's similar to provisions in LUPA in that regard, where we're guiding and supporting municipalities. Similarly, with regard to roads of joint significance, we can include provisions which provide that legislative support. In respect of roads of joint significance, which also impacts the provincial function of provincial roads and traffic, we also legislate on the basis of that function, where there's a direct effect. So that's the basis on which various provisions in the bill require applicants for approvals to apply to both the municipality and the province, because we're using our direct competence in respect of provincial roads and traffic in our exclusive function in Schedule 5, Part A, and road traffic regulation, the concurrent function in Schedule 4, Part A. So a few comments relate to our powers in that regard. And broadly speaking, those are where the powers are sourced from. Thanks.
Fine. Thank you. You can go to the next one.
Thank you. The next one by Mr. Stanway is clause 1. Clause 1.
Yeah.
Sorry. Clause 1 refers to RJSs, roads of joint significance. The comment is that the process is onerous for the province to impose standards, or it's onerous for the province to impose standards on RJSs. The response is that province has different interests, as a direct interest on RJSs due to them carrying provincial traffic and impacting provincial roads and traffic functions. That can be seen in clauses 8, section or chapter 3 of the bill. And clause 9 alludes to, well, clause 8 refers to deeming provisions in respect of roads. And clause 9 refers to the regulation of municipal roads and roads of joint significance by municipalities. So there are provisions made directly for municipalities who own these roads as well. Joint planning principles are further endorsed here in clause 10 under RJSs.
Just to note, can I?
Yes, please.
Just to note that the answer in relation to the constitutional powers, I think, also relates to this comment. So the comment is in relation to roads of joint significance, and it allows the province to impose onerous responsibilities and standards on municipalities and their roads, which in some instances appear legally irregular. So the answer there lies in essentially the province's competence to regulate provincial roads and traffic and road traffic regulation, most specifically in relation to roads of joint significance.
That's it.
Yeah. The next one is on urban areas. The writer makes a comment around the term urban area and alludes to the fact that this overrides municipal functions and powers. The term urban area in response merely defines the distinction of operational and management functions and purposes such as the approval of adjacent developments. So, for example, maintenance boundaries between municipal and provincial activities. So it's an important point. However, it is an important distinction also that urban would largely infer municipal.
You know, with his mic.
I think there must be chairman's close.
I can't hear you. Can you use the mic next door? Otherwise, we're gonna miss some very.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't move. Just move
Yes, ma'am.
closer.
Yep.
Yeah.
Which one? And this one.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're gonna miss some crucial information.
Thank you. Right, let's repeat that then, Chair. The comment is around urban areas, and the writer indicates that this overrides municipal powers. Okay, so our response is that urban areas is just used in terms of maintenance and operational activities between various spheres of government. For example, in the inner city or the inner town boundaries, the municipality normally has a maintenance obligation. Outside that boundary, which we then say is fairly non-urban, it's defined as in terms of urban size, it becomes a provincial function. So urban areas merely defines the distinction then between maintenance and operational functions for management purposes. Such an approval, such as, for example, the approval of adjacent developments. So that's the response.
Yep. Good. Can I go ahead, Chair?
Yeah.
Still on urban?
Yes, correct. I just wanted to add it's a definition for the purposes of this bill only. Insofar as certain provisions specifically refer to distances in urban areas. So for the advertising one, which we just discussed, is one example. So there's no question that it can override a municipal function under their legislation in terms of their mandate.
Yeah, thank you. I accept that in terms of municipal speak and road traffic speak, that the definitions of urban may differ. You know, normally in municipalities we talk about urban edges, and anything outside the urban edge is deemed to be semi-urban, or you know, we've got all these semi-rural terms that we use. My problem is just that certain of the criteria apply to urban areas and for non-urban areas, or those outside, which is the area called rural. There are different criteria, for example, with building lines, with advertising lines, if I can call it, etc. But my concern is just, how will I, as a member of the public, know when I'm in a piece of urban road and when I'm in a driving on a non-urban or a rural area, and if my house is, you know, next to a road, how do I know for sure whether, you know, I'm in an urban area or not? So that's my first thing. There's no obligation for us as a province to indicate by means of a road sign or a color next to the road or anything like that, so that I would know, you know, oh, now I need to apply for permission to put up a name board or an advertisement, or here it will be allowed, but it will not be allowed, because it's not always easy for us to have that, you know, access to that map, because I presume it's only on a map where one eventually would be able to know whether you're urban or rural. The next, because it's also, for example, those of you that now know the Polkadrai road, there are some, can I call it, security developments, residential developments next to that. So I presume those urban are less than 2 hectares. But you know, you can drive for a kilometer and there's only one big entrance into that security estate, etc. So would that then be falling within the definition of urban, or can it still be considered as rural? Those of you that often drive the way out to Hermanus, there's also some intersections where you enter, there's a gate, then there's a whole development inside, which I presume is cut up in urban of less than 2 hectares each. But for me, driving along that road, I would think that is a pretty much a rural road, because otherwise it's farms around you, etc. So how? Because I think there's an obligation on us to be able to give clarity to people quite easily as to what laws apply to them or not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The idea is there's operational and management functions on, let's say, a road running from A to B. So our road logs, I'm quite familiar with them. They do indicate where our kilometers start and where they end on a particular road. And practically there should be road beacons on the road indicating the kilometer distances on provincial roads. I've had examples where I've been on site and seen it. So those indicators are quite clear. However, your argument does allude to a bigger issue, and it's about devolving roads and assigning roads to the proper administration. And that's a process that's allowed for in the bill as well, under joint planning and declaration of roads. In fact, classification of roads. The classification of roads that have a provincial standard is quite clearly indicated in DOT standards as under the RCAM 27. The road classification access manual, as well as the Code Standard 27 SCALP, I think it is. It speaks to road classification and access management. So that let's call it a debate, but joint planning exercise, to be more correct, is something we're quite involved with municipalities. Municipalities are growing. They've got developmental pressures. They've got SDFs that are planned for 5 years ahead and updated annually. And it's a very amorphous, let's say, exercise, because we have to agree with municipalities where to stop the municipal function, where it starts and stops, and where the provincial function takes over. But they are clearly demarcated on each road. Schalk, I don't know.
If I may just add a little bit, as you know, towns are forever expanding, so boundaries do change, and it is the intention to define that specific boundary between a municipality where it's a road of joint significance, or outside that where it's a provincial road, and then municipalities know very well which roads are provincial roads through their towns and so on. So they should be able to inform an applicant. You've also got to apply to the province in our case. And the intention is also to on a website to have plans, or say a municipal area with all the proclaimed roads of provincial interest or national roads, whatever, on that, so people can also assess through a web portal certain plans, and that use that as a mode of communication as to which road is affected. That is the plans we have at this stage, but it is a problem in that you refer to Polka Dry. Yes, previously Stellenbosch was an entity on its own. Nowadays there's all sorts of satellite towns developing in their broader jurisdiction. So it is problematic in that sense. They haven't declared Grottenburg as a town yet, but it is a village and it's growing. There's all sorts of problems like that. It's not defined as an urban area, but by definition of urban smaller than 2 hectares, yes, it falls in that category, and one will have to apply suitable rules for that.
Member.
Because there must be a point where urban starts to apply. And how will I know where that point is? If you say there's going to be a map, or if there's going to be a description to say that at this padpredikant, there will be a between number 18 and 22 is urban, and on both sides of that it is not. But I do foresee, I want people to have clarity. People must have people must be sure whether I'm now urban, whether I'm now rural, etc. And whether it's a trunk road or a provincial road or a main road or a minor road. And at this point in time, it seems to me there may be a bit, currently I don't think I can access such information unless you say, no, you can. And there's a very clear map that will tell you between Stellenbosch and Somerset West or Stellenbosch and Coast-Rivier, when are you on a minor road, when are you on the trunk road, when I don't know. And if I may expand on it while I've got the floor, I'm also still trying to understand the road descriptions. When is it a D road, when is it a R road, when is it a N road, etc. And in the past, it seems to me as if, even on the N2, there are certain areas in which the city of Cape Town is responsible for, let's call it the lighting that I've raised in the past, and certain areas there's SANRAL's responsibility and so on. And it just seems to me, people want to be able to know who should they keep responsible.
Yeah.
Who should be held responsible for a fence that is broken or lights that are not working, etc. And it doesn't seem to me as if this piece of legislation that's specifically dealing with road infrastructure, and that I expect that should bring me that kind of clarity, is enabling me to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask on the B part of Member Andrikis's question, the monitoring or let's call it for lack of a better word, a maintenance team of the joint roads or the maintenance of the database, so that will that be set at province or the city? Who will monitor those roads, if you call it? Is there a coordination team between the city and the province that meets bi-yearly, bi-quarterly? Where will that list be of the joint roads? And have you identified those? Thanks.
I wanted to pick up just on the previous point of where, where is an urban area and where not. At the moment, there is a bit of confusion because there are many roads that should actually be municipal because towns have grown. And there are roads that should be municipal roads that are not yet. And basically part of this whole road of joint significance story is that we give attention to it. The information is actually available on the website on which roads belongs to whom. It is just a bit difficult to access, and maybe we should look at as a province at that and make it more user friendly. But it is open there on the internet, and you can access the road network, and you can basically see where the boundaries are. The boundaries of a town of a provincial road leading into a town will normally be the town's name, because there is a sign for that. And there is normally a speed sign and a speed camera. So you are reasonably sure when you get into the urban area or not. But you will get things like the development next to a road like the ones on Stellenbosch Arterial or the Polka Dry Road. And for that, we need to give attention on how we are going to declare it in the future. Are we going to see it as a rural road, or are we just see it as a road that has a single access to it and it's not really an urban section? Getting back to the roads of joint significance, it's a municipal road. It's not a provincial road. The province, the municipality is the owner of the road. It becomes a road of joint significance because province says, we've got an interest in this road. We've got a provincial interest in this road because it carries a large amount of provincial traffic or number. And for that reason, we will help you with this road. But then if we give money, we also need to have certain rules in place. It is not a joint road in the sense that it belongs to both of us and is going to be maintained by both of us. It is 100% a municipal road.
If I may, Chair, just to add, and then if I note there's also a hand I see up on the electronically on the team. But just to add, I think your point around communications is something that I've flagged to take back to our team and to look at improving from a website. And I completely understand Member van der Westhuizen's point. It's taken me many years to also understand who's responsible for what, where, who owns what. That understanding that for interchanges, for example, the higher order authority kind of owns that. And there are some of those principles that, of course, we within the industry come to learn and know and apply, but it's not something from a principle point of view that is something within the knowledge of the members of the public. And we need to question whether should it be that there is a number that they can call, and if they lay a complaint at the province's door, the province knows, well, it's not ours, we're going to direct it to where it needs to be? Or is it that you're expecting the member of the public to know that the traffic signals over the N2, on a particular interchange are sunrolls, because that interchange then falls within their authority, even though the road that goes over it is ours? So it does. I think that is a conundrum that we certainly sit with, understanding that there are various roads authorities that play a particular role across the road network of South Africa. So I've certainly made a flag that we can improve perhaps as easy as possible guide on our website about understanding, some of those sorts of principles. It took me many years until one of our colleagues who's not here explained to me of where the authority ends along the N1 and the N2 in the U-shaped ring with the M5 and the R300 and so on. And now it fits in my mind and it's easy to understand. So I think there are some of those things that are not set for legislation, but are set for us actually, if I may be so bold as to almost say educate citizens around authorities and things across our road networks, and that we can do far better than we have necessarily. And so I've certainly made a note of that to take back to our communications teams. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Murray.
Thank you,
Are you
Chair.
gonna, before you can respond, you can continue.
Thank you. It was just to your question, but I do feel it has largely been addressed. Just in case there's anything further the department could add. Will there be a joint team looking at the databases and monthly interacting with the officials from the city and province on these joint roads? And also, who will manage the upgrades and maintenance? I do believe that has been addressed, but just in case there's any further input.
Thank you.
Chair, just the last comment by the member Murray there. I'm not sure what the last question. I know it was to do with records of information.
Yeah,
systems.
I think let me just add this. Should you declare road of joint significance, where does the information sit? Does it sit with the city, with the province, or the Honourable Murray wants to know who's responsible for maintaining and to the point of advertising that you raised. I mean, how do you communicate that to if it's even something that the public needs to know?
Sure.
If it's something that the public needs to know, because people just want to know that the road is maintained. They want to know they drive from the R3 and the N2. Somebody's dealing with the matter. But should something do happen, who do they report to?
Sure.
So where does the information sit? Is it something that people need to know, for example? And who looks after this information? Do you have further to the question member Andrikas van der Westhuizen asked earlier on the impact study, do you have the technical capacity, for example, between you and the city to look after this information? How relevant is it to the man in the street?
I was going to ask maybe before Amanda responds. Yes, there is a requirement that we should have asset management systems in place from DOT. It's stated within the DORA, as well as the.
Sorry, guys, can we break for a few minutes? There's something wrong with the sound.
Yeah.
Can you ask IT just to have a look? Okay, can we break for tea? Then you come back and just respond to Honorable Marie van der Westhuizen and my question. Colleagues, can we take a 15-minute tea break, please? Then they're going to also have a look at the sound. Thank you.
Testing.
Testing. Testing.
Testing. Is that better? Hello? That's better. It fades away. Even on you.
Yes, Member Murray.
I can hear you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I can hear you.
Thank you. Let's continue, colleagues.
Thanks, Chair. We're continuing with the issue around the communication of information, records of information, and transport systems. I think the general public view is that they're not really too concerned about whether they're on and who's the owner of the road when they're driving along the road. But the issue does come into play when they're applying for certain developments, etc., along roads and so on. So I've asked the managers to pull out the particular clause around records within the bill and where that applies across jurisdiction or across rail players. Safe to say also that we obviously have joint planning and joint liaison committees with other road authorities where some of these issues are taken up on, like with SANRAL and the municipalities. Our maps and our information systems, our network information system, as well as our GIS systems, which is a requirement under normal asset management, that we have these systems in place. Also capture, and they have the sound has lost me again. Yeah, I'll just hand over to Amanda. Thanks.
Thank you. The relevant clauses in the bill are clause 9.7, which provides that a municipality must compile and keep up to date a list of roads of joint significance for which it is responsible.
Sorry, just help us. Chapter 9.
Clause 9.7, page 13. Yes.
Testing.
And it's clause 9.7a, which imposes an obligation on the municipality to compile and keep up to date a list of roads of joint significance for which it is the responsible authority based on the same numbering or coding system referred to in section 19.5 as prescribed. And clause 19.8 on page 21 provides that on receipt of the list and associated database or updates to the list or associated database from a municipality in respect of roads of joint significance, as contemplated in 9.7, the head of department must consolidate this list and database with the list and database contemplated in subsection 1, which is the list of provincial transport infrastructure. Just to close the loop, clause 9.7d no, apologies. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so just to Member Murray's question is answered here. Thank you for that. So you're saying the municipality must compile and keep up to date with joint significance. That's clause 7A, and then D, submit the list to the HOD. And you say from the department's perspective, the HOD must compile a comprehensive list. I presume that same list, probably the same list that will be, and which needed to be added from all the other municipalities. Well, then, okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Member van der Westhuizen.
Yes, thank you again. I see we're putting an obligation on municipalities. And what I find interesting under 19.6b is that the list and associated database available for inspection by the public during office hours at the place or places designated by him or her. There's no reference to any web-based or internet access to maps, etc. And I'm proposing that we also include that in the bill, that we make it more accessible. I mean, for a member of the public to come to your office during office hours and then inspect something, I think it would just be far more valuable if that list could be accessible remotely as well. And my proposal would be that we include that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Murray. Do you have a follow-up question?
No, I do not. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, there's a hand up there. I just can't see.
Yeah, Abrams and
Mr. Abrams.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just wanted to add something with regard to this list. I think a lot has been said already, but just to sort of consolidate it. it is very important to have a list and database of all provincial roads and also roads of joint significance, all condensed in one place and then looked after, in other words, managed by one authority. So the province, in terms of the bill in section 19, the head of department and the province takes on that responsibility to compile this list and database. And then, as we've said now, under clause 9.7, municipalities have to compile the information with regard to roads of joint significance and pass that over to the head of department, and is then incorporated in this single database. In doing that work in the municipality, which might be considerable, it's probable that the head of department may assist the municipalities to do that work, but let's cross that bridge when we get there. Now, in terms of who gets access to this list and database and how they do, Mr. van der Westhuizen's comment, of course, is clear. I think the intention is the database will be web-based, and it says so in the regulations, to my recall. Maybe Steve Fanner can just confirm that. It's certainly not the idea that people will have to visit the office of the head of department to get in to look at the database. The idea is that people will be freely able to access it. There is a database that already exists, much of which will form this list and database. That's called the Road Management Information System, the RNIS, which is managed by the province. And it's used by provincial officials and other technical people to obtain detailed information on the road network and on traffic and conditions and all that kind of stuff. And it is available, but it's, members of the public are not really normally interested. It's technical people who really are the ones who want to get access. Same will most probably apply to the list and database once it's been compiled. I think that sort of, I hope, puts in a nutshell. But I also wanted to just return back on the theme of the urban and non-urban areas, and why that's important, and who would want to know when they're in an urban area or not. From the point of view of the bill, the definition of what an urban area is and how you know it's an urban area is based on, in the definition, on the development density in terms of on the number of hectares. Or there's also provision in that same definition for the head of department or the minister, can't remember which one of the two, can actually declare a particular area to be an urban area for the purpose of the bill or the purpose of the act once it's in place. But as to where that information resides, well, it should be in the list and database. But the question of who needs the information is also relevant. And in terms of the bill, there's a limited number of places in the bill where it's important to know whether it's an urban or non-urban area. And one is the whole aspect of advertising, which we've discussed. In non-urban areas, it's visible, and in urban areas, it's a certain distance from the road to find there under the section on advertising. And then in section 39, which deals with developments adjacent to the property, it also again makes a difference as to whether it's urban or non-urban, and to do with these distances. And the other small, important maybe detail is that if you read the section on building lines and building restriction areas, which I can't remember the section name, but in building lines, which are a 5 meter setback or 5 meter line back from the road reserve, always exist when a road is declared. So there's always a building line, but building restriction areas, which is a distance about 95 meters from the road reserve, those would only happen in non-urban areas. And so these building lines, in other words, areas where people must seek approval to have developments, are much further out in rural areas, not urban areas. So I hope that helps a little bit with those two aspects.
Thank you for that input. Just on the Honorable Andrikes, just on terms of the responsibilities of the municipalities, and I presume because each municipality is different, that they compile their own information, and then province then do the joint list for all 30 28 municipalities, etc. And that's the reason the onus is on each individual municipality, and ultimately province take care of all municipality. That's on the first point. And I think the second point is just a comment that you made. HOD?
Chair, if I may add, perhaps, obviously each municipality is also required to have an asset register. And really, that's what this is. It is ensuring that the municipality, from our perspective, actually also does proper asset management, which is a stock standard principle, not putting any further onus on them than what they are actually required to do as a responsible authority, whether it's their roads, whether it's their sanitation systems, and so on. And they need to extract out of that the relevant information that needs to come up to the province for the roads of joint significance that we then pull together, as you say, from an overall provincial perspective. So I must say, I don't believe that it's placing anything onerous or further onto a municipality than what they should be doing in proper asset management principles. Thank you.
Thank you. We can continue.
Chair, the next point is around professional capacity. The question by Mr. Stanway is, it's onerous on municipalities to have professional in-house capacity. The response is that this applies to provincial infrastructure, but in respect or with respect to RJSs, the subsidy and financial assistance will be of assistance. Okay. Yeah. Next point is the classification of roads of joint significance. The question is, it's an onerous process. The response is it's necessary to have a rationale and a means to determine the correct authority under constitutional principles. I think continue.
Yeah, can you just quickly take us through?
For the class.
Yes, please.
Clause 5, I think it's clause 5 in the bill.
Yeah, section 5, I think it's on page 70.
Doesn't have Commander in it.
No.
I think it's not. Let me just.
It's clause 5.4 sets out the criteria. So it provides that subject to subsections 5 and 6 in determining whether a previously declared road or whether a new road is to be classified as a provincial road, a road of joint significance, or a municipal road as contemplated in this act, regard must be had to, and it sets out 5 broad guiding criteria. Regard must be had to whether the road starts and ends in different municipalities. 2, a substantial number of trips on the road starts and end in different municipalities. Thirdly, the road gives passage to a place that has substantial significance outside the municipality. Fourthly, the road is used for a purpose that has substantial significance outside the municipality. And lastly, the traffic on the road has a material impact on traffic on the provincial road network.
Yeah. Chair,
I'm going to bring me, sorry, there is a, no, could continue because I've got a question on page 7, clause 7.4 about the prescribed sub criteria. I presume that is in the regulations. The provincial minister may prescribe sub criteria under any of the listing. On page 11, clause 7, clause 7, it says there the provincial minister may prescribe sub criteria under any of the criteria listed in subsection 4. So we do know those are the criteria under subsection 4, but under what conditions will there be additional sub criteria?
That's clause 5.7, yeah, in clause 5 still.
Yeah.
We put that provision in case there's a need to expand the criteria. I think currently there's only one additional factor in the regulation, but there's not a long list of additional factors.
Okay, are we confusing categorization, classification perhaps?
I think he's still on classification under 5.7.
Classification and categorization of roads under chapter 2. Classification of roads.
Yeah, so classification relates to whether the road should be municipal,
Or
an
province, yeah.
RDS, or provincial. Categorization under clause 7 relates to whether it will be categorized as a trunk road, main road, district road, minor road, or public path, historical categories.
No, let me clarify quickly. Classification of roads, section clause 5.4 give you the 5 criteria, right? Then on that same, under classification of roads, under point 7, it says the provincial minister may prescribe sub-criteria under any of the criteria listed in subsection 4. So what I'm asking, under what conditions, and bring to the point earlier on that my colleague has made about the regulations, we only see the regulations once you've publicized the regulations. But lawmaking sits here. So we're sort of giving our lawmaking powers over to the minister, which is not the intention of laws. So under what criteria does the minister enter more sub-criteria is the word you're using? Because the purpose of lawmaking is here. But now we're giving away section 4, the minister may prescribe sub-criteria. Under what criteria? Give an example.
So I think the broad criteria will be the functional approach, and it would speak to more detail on the criteria in the bill. So currently in the regulations, there's included in draft regulation 2, when considering the criteria contemplated in section 5.4c and d of the Act, regard must be had among other factors, key airports, seaports, railheads, and railway nodes, and B, tourism attractions enjoying international recognition. So I think the answer is just at a level of detail that's more specific than the Act. And it's obviously under the authority of Parliament that you delegate the responsibility to the minister where appropriate to provide more operational factors and regulations. But it goes without saying, they must be rational and consistent with the Act, and they must follow the functional approach in the Constitution.
One would, obviously, when you have a rational and minister there, but in the future you might not have somebody there with that same a rationalization. Then Andrikas becomes a minister, Andrikas is going to change the whole regulations the way you want to change it. That is the intention of the Act, to assume that all of us are rational. That's what you wanted to add?
Chair, no, I just wanted to pick up on clause 7, and it says at the very end, which is in brackets 8, the provincial minister may prescribe criteria.
That's the point.
The heading is under categorization of roads, which implies things like trunk roads, public paths, and so on. So the criteria could refer to, for example, signage on a public path, or something, or NMT, or cyclists only, as an example. I don't know if that answers.
And there's also provision in 5.7 for sub-criteria for classification. In addition, I think the confusion is just because it's sub clause 7 and categorization is clause 7. But there's
no. The confusion is not actually in there. It's just there's so much, it's in the regulations. It's in the regulations. This is where lawmaking sits. But now it seems laws, not you particularly, but regulations is like some people take regulations as to taking lawmaking power. Not you specifically. I'm not blaming you here. It's just too much things is in the regulations. It should be in the law. That's what the matric colleague was also saying. That there's a purpose of lawmaking. But yeah, we'll discuss this later in our resolutions. You wanted to add something else on that?
No, that was all, Chair. I think it sometimes can be difficult to know exactly where to draw the line between a law and regulations. But we've also got to be mindful, I think, that it's impossible to deal with everything in an act, in a primary statute.
Thank you. Next.
The next one is clause 5, still on Sorry, clause 9A. We're moving now to clause 9A.
Sorry,
Responsibilities for all actions on RJSs are.
Sorry, Member Murray had a hand up. Member Murray.
Sorry.
Yes, thank you. My question was, and my apologies if this has already been answered in a different way, but what consideration is being made for RJs that are declared, which are on the border of other provinces, and whether there'll be any intergovernmental mechanisms within the proposed bill to resolve any issues that might occur related to safety or maintenance, for example?
Yeah. Thanks, Ajay. I'll just say that the IGR principles are important. We've had cases in the road upgrades where we have worked with neighboring provinces, so it's nothing particularly new. RJSs by definition do connect key points. So, for example, if an RJ runs from the Western Cape and connects to a key economic point on the other side of the border, I think that has to be taken into account. I don't know, Ajay, do you wanted to?
I wanted to say that I obviously don't know every single road that goes in and out of the provinces because there's certainly back roads. I would think though, most roads that go between from a provincial perspective, one across the from one side to the other, tend to be provincial roads as opposed to municipal streets. I don't think that there are many, or municipal roads, if I was to put it that way, that actually exist as municipal roads, where you suddenly find, that the municipality is, of course, on the border of the province, and it's attached to the, linked to the municipality on the other side. Those types of roads tend to be, I think, more rural in nature, and by implication then tend to be provincial roads that will not be roads of joint significance, because they are wholly provincial responsibility and provincial road authority roads, not municipal roads that then may become roads of joint significance. So I stand under correction, because there's always an exception, I'm sure, somewhere across the province, but that's why. So I'll put the caveat to it. But I think more often than not, those are completely provincial roads. Thanks.
Sure, the back of Beaufort West is a road that goes through to the Eastern Cape. But yeah, but the point is noted, Member Murray. Thank you. You can continue.
Okay, clause 9A, responsibilities for all actions on RJSs are onerous. The response is that province does provide a opportunity for applications of subsidies and therefore financial contribution, and therefore relieving that burden in a sense from the municipality. Then clause, Chair, if I could move on.
Yeah, you can move on to 9.5 and 9B. I think we've dealt with some of those.
9.5, requiring municipalities to undertake transport system planning is legally irregular, according to the comment, contrary to the NLTA. However, the response is that the intention is to reinforce the requirements of the NLTA to give proper recognition to road infrastructure in the municipal ITP space, which typically is being brushed aside in many ITPs at the moment. Then clause 9A, in some cases, sometimes impractical for provinces to impose standards on ITPs. The response is the intention is to ensure that smooth and safe traffic movement takes place for a province, and ensuring traffic and transportation operations are done safely. Then in clause 10, the writer refers to arterial management planning being onerous. Again, there will be assistance through the subsidy arrangements. If so, application has to be made for that. In clause 20, planning processes does not appear to determine need. The needs and desirability issue is picked up on there. The response is that the bill refers to technical planning that would include demand analysis, multi-criteria analysis, economic analysis, and these are further provided for in the regulations as well. Clause 32(1)(d). It's difficult to manage RJSs in the CBD areas. This is accepted, Chair, and for the reasons that the distance from the road is limited in CBD, urban built-up areas, places of high intensification and so on.
I know we spent some time on it earlier, so I'm not going to spend some time on it. But what did you mean by the distance is limited?
Well, access spacing as well as well, if you typically look at, say, Buitengracht Street.
Yeah.
So your distances between both roadside categorization in terms of, let's say, a commercial property versus, let's say, something like a lab or whatever it's just using now.
Yeah.
And a typical Buitengracht Street. So your access points has to be carefully rationalized within a densely built up environment. I think that is. If any of the team wants to comment more on that?
I think the point was certain provisions of the bill distinguish between urban and non-urban areas in relation to the distances within which an applicant must apply for a permission. So, for example, in clause 32, in urban areas, it's only potential advertisements within 50 meters. In non-urban areas, it's within 250 meters. So it's going to have less of a. It's going to have a less far reach in urban areas. Apologies, than in non-urban areas.
Thank you, member.
Thank you.
Those distances. What is the science behind those distances? Why, so many meters, etc.
I must defer to the technical colleagues on this one, but it's been explained to me that in rural areas, the impact is more severe, for example, on a large advertising billboard in a rural area as opposed to a built-up urban area.
Yes, yeah, it's basically also a practical one, and also in line with SANRAL's regulations, where they also had this 250 meters away to bring it in line with that. But more on high-speed roads, you can have advertising far away, but very big or whatever, that's got an impact if people don't look where they're driving. And so, yeah, it's basically, I don't know why it's precisely 150. The Act 21 of 1940 refers to visible from, and that, is not defined. So the 250 meters is more in line with what SANRAL also applies.
Let's continue.
Thank you, Chair. The next one is on clause 20. Planning processes does not appear to determine need. Okay, we've covered that, sorry. We've covered 32, which is distances in RJSs, in CBDs. And then clause 34 is billboards, a function of municipalities and not provinces. We covered a similar one earlier on. Yeah.
Is anything else on that one? On billboards, we've got a section, we've covered that one, yeah? Section 37?
37, regulation of accesses will be impossible on RJSs. Province has always regulated accesses under the roads ordinance, so it's nothing new. Retrospective actions will not be taken So in other words, what actions were taken under the ordinance cannot be revoked because of the bill. Okay.
Thank you. There's just one question for member from the West Station.
Yes, thank you. I'm concerned about this access to roads of joint significance and because it seems to me as if, you know, we define transport as extremely wide, including non-motorized transport, which in its definition includes pedestrians. Now, pedestrians access roads, you know, all over. They don't really need a specific crossing to be able to cross it, etc. And it just seems to me as if we're again over-regulating or over-prescribing in terms of exits and entrances onto roads, particularly of joint significance, particularly within CBDs, for example, etc. And again, I'm concerned that we might be legislating for and then not being able to enforce the legislation, and people just ignore that legislation, as we've seen with a lot of other, particularly Western Cape legislation, such as, for example, one of my gripes is the Western Cape that expects of every cyclist to wear a helmet. Now, you know, it's good, but we know that many poor people, we want to encourage cycling, etc., etc. And I don't know how many fines have been written in over the last 10 years for poor people cycling to work and from work without cycling helmets. So again, I'm thinking we're making a piece of legislation that everybody's just going to ignore, and nobody's going to enforce it. Nobody's going to be fined for that. So, and I have a problem with that. I don't want us to legislate knowing quite full well that it's not going to be, it's not practical and it's not enforceable, and we have no intention to do that. Thank you.
Okay, maybe you should take over here.
When access is referred to, it is vehicular access, and that's been a power that the province had on a proclaimed road in an urban area all along in terms of the road ordinance. And if you look at the road safety aspects, most accidents actually occurs at intersections. So it is referred to vehicular access, and the spacing of access is also something that must be controlled. There is national guidelines. TRH 26 is the national guideline document for access control to find a balance between mobility and accessibility. Of course, everybody wants access everywhere, but it's not safe, and you confuse the motorist by having too many accesses. So it is not only applicable to the province, is also applicable to municipalities that to manage their roads as far as access is concerned.
Okay, Mr. Gooch, quickly, before you, Honourable Advocates.
Chair, if I may, I understand what Honourable van der Westhuizen is raising, because if you go back to clause 37.1, and I take Skulk your point in terms of response, but section 37.1 indicates that no person subject to subsection 3 may enter or leave a provincial road or road of joint significance by means of vehicular or non-motorized transport, and which is defined then as pedestrians, etc. But it says other than via a lawfully erected roadway, gate, bridge style, or other passage. So in other words, what it's trying to get to is that while we know it doesn't happen in practice, and let me use an example of the N2. So in theory, you shouldn't be just breaking down wall panels and going from the residential side into the road reserve to then cross the road. That's what it's trying to say, that in theory, you should only be accessing the N2 as a road reserve by coming through the other roads down, let's say, the walkways or the bridges or whatever the case may be into that environment. So it's saying that you shouldn't be creating an access point that isn't there lawfully, because otherwise as we see currently, that's the problem. Now that everybody, you just break through a fence, you break through a wall, and you're into the road reserve, and there is a potential hazard or risk. So that is what it's ultimately saying. So it's saying that you can't go and create something of your own without it having been appropriately approved. That we know in practice, because we don't always comply with what the rules of the road are and what the laws are, that people do that. It also goes on to say that subject to subsections 3 and 5, no person may construct or provide an ingress or egress, which includes a non-motorized one, between the road and any property adjacent to the road. So that's the point. It's saying if you've got properties here, you can't just suddenly go and create your own driveway unless you've got authority for it. Because that creates a risk, sight distance risk, so on and so forth, potentially. And that's what it is trying to limit in an attempt, if I've understood the provisions within the law correctly.
Thank you. Honourable Investors.
Chair, if the bill said nobody may construct a driveway to enter or leave a provincial road, then I would have been happy. But what we're now saying is no person may enter or leave a provincial road or a road of joint significance. And that is where my problem is, because these are municipal roads, by means of walking, either via a lawfully erected roadway, etc., etc. So I may not cross a road of joint significance on foot. That is, please then explain to me, because it says subject to subsection 3.
5.
And subsection 3.
If you go to 2A answers your question, member for Investors.
Yeah, but subsection 3 do not apply to a lawfully erected roadway.
No, 2A, subsection 2A answers your question. Subject to no person may construct or provide an ingress or
With that one, I'm happy.
Yes, so it covers it.
With that one, I'm happy. But my impression, reading on 37.1, is that I must write to the head of department to get written permission to cross the road to visit my neighbor opposite the road.
No,
on foot.
No, through you, Chair. The
That's
road
not
is
intent.
lawfully erected. The road is lawfully there. So you may enter or leave a provincial road other than via a lawfully erected roadway, gate, etc. That road is there lawfully. So you are entitled to walk onto that street, walk down the pedestrian sidewalk, and appropriately cross it, as you should be at an appropriate intersection in theory. But we know that people jaywalk, but that doesn't matter. That's not preventing you from jaywalking. You are allowed to. That is a road that is lawfully there. You may enter it.
The sentence say I may not do that.
Can we just get Honourable van der West, which page?
No, it's on page
Which?
28, 37.1. No person may enter or leave a provincial road or a road of joint significance by, let's say, walking, other than via a lawfully erected roadway, gate, bridge, stile, or other passage without the prior written permission. I must get the prior written permission from the head of department if I want to cross via a roadway on foot. I'm sorry if I'm reading it completely wrong, but that is my interpretation of that. If you said I may not construct a gate, I may not construct a roadway, I may not without the prior permission of the head of department. But my impression is non-motorized. I think we agree that includes walking. And road of joint significance includes a municipal road. And this one says I may not do it without the prior written permission. Am I right?
Can we just
Is not what it's saying?
Other than. Okay, just hang on. Honourable van der West, Ms. Jackie Gooch, HOD. You can go.
So there's 2 points to it, I think, and Mr. Fan has just pointed out. So you may not enter or leave a roadway other than via that way. So in other words, if you want to enter or leave a roadway by an unlawfully erected roadway, gate, bridge, stile, or other passage, then you need approval. Am I correct in my explanation? So in other words, you actually need. I'm sorry, I'm going to be very naughty towards legally inclined people. Sometimes the sentence construction reads a lot to be desired when reading the laws. Because really what it's saying is that if you have an unlawfully erected roadway, gate, bridge, style, or other passage, then you may not actually enter with a vehicle or a non-pedestrian, a non-motorized without the approval of the HOD. It's if I understand the English in the correct way, that's actually what that sentence is saying. It's in the reverse.
Okay, can I just read it for my understanding also, because now I'm slightly confused. Okay, page 85, Honorable Andricus, number 37, if you can go there. Behoudens artikel 3, mag geen persoon 'n provinsiale pad of pad van gemeenskaplike belang deur middel van voertuig of nie gemotoriseerde, soos ons nou sê, loop, vervoer binnegaan of verlaat, buiten deur 'n wettige oprigtige ryvlak hekbrug oorklim of ander deur sonder die vooraf verkleer skriftelike toestemming van die departement so op aansoek van die voorgeskrewe wyse nie. Behoudens, ek dink dis wat die woord wat hy soek.
Just say, the whole idea is we don't want anybody to cross or enter a road apart from a legally erected bridge, gate, etc. That's what we want.
Basically, yes.
Good. Now my problem is just, I want to cross the road. There's no legally erected gate or anything like that. I've got an open earth. The guy on the other side has got an open earth. There are no gates. I just want to cross the road. No, but the roadway is the one that I shouldn't cross. That is the road of joint significance. I may not, no person may enter or leave a provincial road or a road of joint significance. I want to enter this road. I want to exit this road on the other side. And no person may do that other than through, it can't be the same roadway, a gate, a bridge, a stile, or other passage without the prior written permission of the head of department. Surely the road that I want to cross can't be the same one that is a gate, a stile, or anything like that. I hope you understand my conundrum. Thank you.
Yes, I understand the point you're making. Just to reiterate, other than all the key words here, and I think creating the exception in respect of the lawfully erected roadway. But I do think it is the same. It's the same roadway. So when you're crossing the road, you're entering the road, and that road is lawfully there. So the provision is sound, I think. It may be, you know, and I think for the reasons the HOD has explained is that it is important to prevent access via unlawful passages. But I don't think this can be construed as preventing you from crossing a road. I mean, it has. You've also got to interpret legislation in a common sense way, and that would be the common sense interpretation under the rules of interpretation.
Okay, I think we all understand what we want to achieve, but Honorable Andricus' perception is this is not what the way he understands it. It's not what the law is certain. That's what he's saying.
And I propose that it be put clearer what we mean. If it's about the roadways, the gates, etc., that we want to formalize, or we must leave the non-motorized transport perhaps away, out of here. I don't know. But we're now addressing pedestrians as well in a way in which I don't think it was intended to.
Okay,
Chairperson.
can somebody else
Chair-
explain this clause, but it's more clearer?
Could I
Well,
maybe
sometimes it's
assist in
good
this
to-
regard, Chairperson?
Say again? Oh, Mr. Marsdorp, you want to go quickly?
Certainly. Chairperson, I agree with my colleague Amanda that on my reading, the provision is sound and it expresses unambiguously what it seeks to provide for. Firstly, and secondly, I think it may be because the provision is written in a negative that we somehow get a bit that the words other than are diluted when one fully reads the provision. If one reads it in the positive, then it and this is my submission, then it will read as follows. A person may only enter or leave a provincial road or a road of joint significance by means of vehicular or non-motorized transport via a lawfully erected roadway, etc. That's what it says. But now it says the same thing in the negative, in that it prohibits and says no person may do that. In other words, no person may, with a vehicle or or by walking, cross a road other than via, and they are the words, other than via a lawfully erected roadway. I think the way I read it, on its verbalization there, it is very crystal and unambiguously clear to me. To assist Member Van der Westhuizen, it may be proposed that we write it in the positive, but it won't change the purported meaning of the provision. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Marsdorp. Can I just quickly give you a colleague before I go to Advocate Gooch? Awesome. HOD Gooch. I can continue. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Now I wanted to use an example. Typically on our freeway sections, the people are breaking the fence line. So, you know, they're getting onto the roadway unlawfully through a hole in the fence, as an example. So that to me is quite clear when I look at what's written here in that context.
Okay. We have one submission from Advocate Marsdorp. We don't have another. Advocate HOD Gooch, sorry.
No problem, Chair. Just if I may ask a question through you to Advocate Marsdorp, if you would allow.
Please go ahead.
Because I quite like and appreciate his suggestion in terms of the positive. Clearly, I think what we were trying to do was create an opportunity for there to be exceptions made to the rule, because we do need to at times be able to provide for a specific exception. So if one does it in the positive manner in which he has articulated, would it then be his suggestion that there is a further clause that provides for an exception, so an application to be made should it be necessary, just in case? Because of course, the minute you put it into the positive, it means there is no way for any exclusion. So it's just, if I may, through your chair, to him ask for his view as far as that's concerned.
Mr. Marsdorp, your feedback on that question?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you for the question. I think it's very insightful, because the issue of prior written permission would fall away in a positive construction. I would then recommend that one does then provide for the exception in a separate clause, so that the potential for ambiguity, as Member Andricus may have read it, is then eliminated. So certainly a positive construction would necessitate an additional clause to provide for the prior written exception. Yes.
Can I just continue on that? Because there is an exception 2 bullet points down, or am I missing something? If you go, let's use the line that we all agreed to now in the positive, then it says subject to, then 2 bullets point down, below B, without the prior written permission of the HOD. Does that not cover it, or is that something completely different? Can you just give me guidance there, please?
The exception is built into the current subclause 1. So it provides at the end of the clause without the prior written permission of the head of department on application in the prescribed manner. I think it's a question of drafting style, and we've phrased it as in the negative as a prohibition. So I mean, it would be the same thing in substance to break down it into two provisions. Yeah.
Okay, so is everybody comfortable that we use the submission by Mr. Marsdorp and just add the
Supported, Chair.
comfortable with that?
I think because we do, Chair, we do need to be a little bit cautious because of the consistency with other provisions where we would phrase it's a phrase as a prohibition essentially in the negative. So as I say, it's a question of drafting style. I don't see the necessity of making the change, although it would be permissible as an alternative. I just mention it because of the unintended consequences, and there are other clauses which may also be impacted.
Okay. At the moment, there are members of this committee who doesn't understand that clause. At this moment, and if I remember Enriquez, who's a veteran of 3 parliaments, don't understand it, I doubt the average person on the street will understand it. So there is a solution on the table, which is what Member Marsdorp is proposing. So what is your objection to the solution?
No, I don't have an objection at all.
Okay, so let's accept the solution. Member Enriquez, you happy with that?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next one. Sorry.
Sorry, just on that point though, preventing pedestrians getting across roads, no matter how they enter it, or you go to Bosmansdam interchange on the N7, and a person can get into the road reserve there via the crossing road. It's Bosmansdam Road is there.
Yeah, of course.
Then he's in the road. And how do you stop him crossing at grade, the N7? It happens all the time.
It is impossible.
So even though you manage to keep people on the right path for some of the time, for the rest, they're there.
Yeah. You can't legislate, unfortunately, humanity. You're never going to succeed in that. But I think what Member Enriquez's point is he doesn't understand that clause as is at the moment. And there is a solution on the table to make sure a member of this legislature understands it so he can explain it to some other people. And there is, sorry, you wanted to add something?
Chair, I just wanted to mention that the legislation is in line with the National Road Traffic Act that actually controls pedestrians on freeways. So in that sense, this legislation is also in line with the national legislation.
Thank you, Enriquez.
See, my problem is particularly in the CBDs, roads of joint significance. That is particularly, and coming from a student town where we want people to walk and not all get into their cars to get to class and back, and where we do have roads of joint significance running right through the campus, I just fear that it might be very difficult to control that. And that is why my problem is particularly with the non-cross transport, particularly within the definition given in this legislation, that also includes pedestrians.
Can your colleague go first, then you will continue?
Can I just make the point that it took me a while to get my head around this provision when we were working on the bill. But I think that it serves an important purpose for the reasons that HOD has explained. And I'm just a little bit concerned that the concern that's been raised by the honourable member is actually a question of substance, not just drafting, because it almost feels strange to apply to, do something otherwise unlawful. It doesn't feel like it's ever really going to happen. So I can understand the concern that the clause looks strange, but there may be like exceptional cases where you do need to enforce it, and I think that's why it's important that it's there. So, yeah, I think if it is a substance point that you don't want to criminalize as such somebody walking onto an unlawfully constructed road, then that's a different, more substantive issue. Is that not? Am I not?
Can I just quickly, because I think we're moving back to the point now. Member Enriquez, if earlier indicated he doesn't understand it or it was phrased incorrectly. There was unless I misunderstand, because Maslow proposed a different wording to write in the positive versus than the negative. I then even suggested perhaps the bottom part of point is not a point, but is for the other prior permission, but that seemingly was not the solution. Unless I'm misunderstanding, are you adding an additional point to the?
No, I'm not, Chair. I think we can break it down into two provisions. Phrase it in the positive and then provide for
You're
an
happy with that?
application. That's fine,
I
Chair.
don't want you to walk away feeling resentment towards us. That minute, Ricardo. Okay. A colleague had a question there.
Chair, through you, honourable member, you know, to me, there's also a difference between the class of road. Obviously, lower order roads doesn't always have fences or property boundaries, and we can't control pedestrians crossing an open earth or in a rural area. But you know, the rules of the road still applies to how you cross the road. And I don't think the intention is really, you know, for those extremes. But on high order roads, like your roads of joint significance, it is important to control, especially vehicular access, but pedestrian access, you would also like pedestrians to cross at safe points. And I think that is the intention. The way it is written, it can be applied to all roads, but we are this act is only applicable to higher order roads through municipal areas.
Thank you. Last point on that, then we're going to continue.
Chair, I understand it much simpler in the way that the clause really wants to prevent illegal access to the road. And that once you've entered the roadway legally, whether by car or non-motor or by foot, once you've entered the roadway legally, you can cross it. Nothing prevents you. There's nothing that tells you can't cross it. Also, of course, at a legal point, if there is some regulation that says you will only cross at the pedestrian walkway or whatever, but it's legal. It's actually if you've entered the road legally and not at an illegal point, then you are in the roadway on the sidewalk, or if there's no sidewalk, but you are on the road and you can cross it.
Yeah, the point is well made.
Just wanted to point out that there are liabilities that the road authority is faced with in many of these cases where, let's say, jaywalking. So, you know, the question would be to the road authority, have you provided safe access? And that's the issue, is that at key points there would be provision under normal traffic and safety conditions, well thought through technically. So it's important to say that liabilities could come our way if we if there's a case of a collision or a fatality with an NMT with a pedestrian, that the finger could be pointed. Have you provided for safe access? Thanks.
Thank you. So noted. We go to the next one, and then we need to. I see that the comments. Okay, so we covered all of those ones before we get to D. All right. Are we still? Yeah. So we're now in the pedal power session.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of the comments are noted.
Comments are noted. Yeah. I don't know if we.
Page 35. That is one of the comments.
Just pick up on the exact one you're referring to.
That's from. That was just your response to what the pedal power was saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything from your side, Member Enriquez, on that?
Section 39. A person applying to a municipality for the approval of a development involving a change of land use.
Enriquez, sorry, are you going backwards?
No, I'm on section 39. My impression was we just discussed section 37.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're done. Okay.
Honorable, it is on the right path, I think.
Oh, okay. On
we
the section
finished with
39.
37, we're on 39 now. Yes.
My impression or my question is first, again, do you have the necessary capacity? Because tomorrow you might come and ask for a budget to be able to implement this piece of legislation, to consider all the applications for land use changes or subdivisions on such roads. Again, my concern is with roads of joint significance running through towns, cities, etc. And, you know, I just fear that it might be quite considerable in terms of the number, and that all land use, it seems to me, applications is now covered by this. You know, even if I want to, let's say, have greater coverage, or I want to build closer to the neighbor on the rear of the property, etc. You know, I want to put up a carport. Now the province needs to now say yes, it's fine. And remember, we want to stimulate economic activity. We want people to construct. We want people to develop. And I'm just concerned that this might just be putting another hurdle into an unnecessary one, unless the land use applications are limited to, let's say, land use applications that will impact traffic or something to that effect. Thank you.
Chair, if I may also come in.
So, through you, Chair, perhaps, Skulk, do you want to? Because I mean, we do it now already.
Yes, we are controlling building line relaxations or not, or non-compensation agreements if somebody wants to build within a 5-meter building line, for instance, next to a provincial road or a declared road, which will in future in an urban area be a municipal or a road of joint significance. It's the building lines, it's accesses. You know, municipalities do control subdivisions, but you can't subdivide if you don't think about access. Otherwise, you've got a landlocked property. And that access, everybody wants the biggest road to get access to. But in many cases, we must say there must be a municipal street system to provide access to a township, for instance. And that can access to your major arterial. So we do manage that at the moment. We don't foresee that it will become more, but it must be clear to everybody what is controlled.
Yes.
Chair, just there are provisions made for exemptions. Maybe Amanda could just take us through some of them.
Thank you. Clause 70 of the bill provides that the provincial minister may, by notice in the Provincial Gazette, make a declaration exempting persons, including municipalities, from the requirements of any provision of this Act. And that applies to a specific road of joint significance, or a portion of a road of joint significance, or all roads of joint significance in a specific municipality. And that can include conditions. And then also just to note that subclause 3 provides that one of the factors that must be taken into account is the relative capacity of the municipality responsible for the road. So this was also specifically included with clause 39 in mind after engagements with the municipalities and with DEDP as well.
Okay. Done with that section. Next one.
Next
Sorry, Chair,
section.
I had my hand up.
Oh, sorry, Member Murray.
No problem. My question, just to Pedal Power's comment with regards to climate change and sustainability, was to the department and to the Department of the Premier, whether there is any consideration made or any measures taken with respects to electric charging power points. Thank you.
Chair, we are coming to the PPA's comments later. We're just finishing off on Mr. Stanway, if it's okay, but I think the question is noted.
Okay. Thank you. You can continue.
On clause 58, continuing with Mr. Stanway, province cannot unilaterally plan and implement ITPs outside the ITP-RDP process. The intention of the bill is to assist municipalities who lack capacity. The ITP-RDP process will be compiled with a full agreement with municipalities. Then the last clause 60 is provinces. Province does not have the power to prescribe transport planning. This is a function that falls under the NLTA. The response is province is competent when it comes to RJSs. Okay, then the PPA, the Pedal Power Association. Lots of the comments are noted, Chair. There's no contestation there. For example, contributions to inequality around people, NMT and so on. But let's take them. The first one is cycling's contribution to inequality. Yes.
Okay, oh, you wanted to go to page 35. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, the bill is mainly geared to providing for motorized vehicles and does not give enough emphasis on cycling. The response is that the bill provides for all modes in a road reserve, doesn't specifically highlight a particular mode, so it provides for all modes as the need and the standard of the road allows for. Access management guidelines and NMT guidelines published by the department and DOT for that matter give due recognition to this. Then a clause that given the urgency of the climate crisis, the PPA is requiring advocating a clause for climate crisis. Climate crisis to be included in the introductory provisions is the recommendation. Our response is that a preamble to include such objectives may not be appropriate. Maybe Amanda should just unpack the reasoning, but it's from a constitutional perspective, Amanda.
Thank you. I think it's a question of drafting style again. We don't usually include preambles in technical bills of this nature. They're usually included in overarching constitutional legislation. So again, it's a question of drafting style.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any road planning being required needs to consider sustainable mobility to align with the Paris Climate Accord. Point is noted, provincial transport system planning clause 18 in the bill and project planning clause 20 in the bill require environmental and sustainability planning impacts to be considered.
Thank you. That Member Murray, does it cover your question?
Yes,
Not
thank
really.
you. Well, yeah, I'm covered for now. Thank you.
Mrs. Gooch, you had something to add. You wanted to include electricity as well.
Yeah, Chair, I think part of, if I may, Member Murray's question was around charging points, charging stations and so on. And of course, that is something that would tend to be provided if you're thinking about it at things like filling stations and other types of facilities that may be provided generally from a private sector perspective along specific routes. None of that, of course, is prohibited. And certainly as a department, aspects around the future energy generation, solar power, kind of green energy, even within the road environment is something that the team do look at and are slowly but surely considering as part of our own department strategic plan and approach. So it's not specifically excluded, but it is also not implicit yet in a bill of this nature, because it would become part and parcel of any sort of standards that would be required to be provided within the road environment in future. That's the one point to flag. And then, of course, the other is to accept from a policy perspective that the department in its own strategic plan, let alone in formulating something like the Provincial Land Transport Framework, which really sets that kind of policy stance and provision for transport in the province, would be where you'd encapsulate some of these provisions and views of how we would be taking certain things forward that fit into the climate change, green energy and other agendas. Thank you.
Can I just ask on that, is there anything in this bill that prohibits, for example, on what Member Murray was asking, one of our partners, Golden Arrow, I think they announced recently 60 buses are going electrical or something like that. I don't know how many buses, the exact amount. That next to any of the joint roads, if they want to set up, the word she used was charging stations. Is there anything in this bill that prohibits them from, must be within 50, 100? I know that you said it wasn't implicit, but is there anything in there that you should put in this bill that can speed up or enhance that process, just for my information purposes? Thank you.
Chair, no, I think that it would be some sort of facility that would be provided for, and they would apply just as you would if you were thinking of something else, and it would be considered within the context of the environment.
Thank you. Next.
Yeah, just wanted to point to clause 16J on that point also. It's another topic of the ancillary transport infrastructure. The bill makes provision for emerging technologies, amongst other facilities and ancillary infrastructure within the road reserve. So walking and cycling, recommendations should be included in the bill in their own right. The response is walking and cycling are included in the definition of NMT, and not every possible mode can be defined in the bill. Then a phased approach and locking in of carbon intensity. Recommendation is that the bill should include greenhouse gases reductions. The bill should include that GHG reductions are not locked out. I think HOD has alluded to green transport infrastructure and energy and so on. Our response is it will be considered along with environmental considerations in legislation more specific to that, like the NEMA provisions. But I think this is part of our futures debate and the reason for the HOD's comment. So that's taken. Then rail, PPA makes a comment along those lines. It recommends that the bill should include provisions for the re-establishment of rail due to the collapse of freight and passenger systems. I fully agree. The bill agrees with this, that deregulation has led, well, just taking a step back, sorry, deregulation has led to the collapse of the railway service, and PRASA systems have been vandalized. Reversal of status cannot be addressed in the bill. It's taken to, I mean, it's something we all take to heart, but it cannot be addressed in the roads bill. All spheres of government must develop a policy and a budget. There are provisions for public transport, declaration of public transport corridors within the bill, Chair, as well as the railway line, provincial rail within the bill, but it's not a standalone solution. Then if we could move on, evolving technologies, recommendation that the bill should provide for charging stations similar to what was alluded to earlier on. In terms of definitions, cycle lanes and cycle paths should be defined. The bill itself need not include these definitions, as these facilities may be located in a road reserve and demarcated with traffic signs without separate demarcations or declarations. Cyclists should be defined in the bill. This also is not needed, but regulations will include pedal cycling, which is consistent with the NRTA definition. The definition of IAPs, interested and affected parties, PPA is suggesting we put a definition for that in the bill. There's no need. The term is well understood. Pedal cycling should be defined in the bill. Again, it's included under the definition of NMT. Public open space should be defined in the bill. It appears only once in the bill, no need to define. And under clause 7, it is suggested, which is under the categorization of roads, suggested that we insert a subclause G for cycle paths. Not appropriate in this case to add a category for cycle pathing, for cycle paths to be declared. Then clause 25.2 speaks about temporary closures or deviations and of road or railway lines. Pedestrians and cyclists should be provided for specifically in this clause. The response is that any alternative route would provide for modes on a closed on the closed route. So clause 30, contributions from other sources. PPA are pointing to funds, donor funds, for example, and the greenhouse gases reduction programs and so on globally or so. The response is that this is not necessary to deal with all sources of funding within the bill. The bill is not a money bill. That's not the intention of the bill. Clause 49.1, standards, specifications, guidelines, and fees. PPA says we need to add a provision, or suggests that we need to add a provision that cyclists and pedestrians should not be impeded. In clause 49.1 of the bill, it's limited to service infrastructure, but clause 61 provides for all modes. So again, it's covered there. Then, sorry, Chair.
Van der Westhuizen?
Yes.
Are you now referring to the comments on public path?
Not specifically on this one. No, Chair. Did Honourable want to take up a point on public paths?
You're on page 47.
If it's appropriate.
We just slipped through it, yeah, but you welcome.
You want to go back?
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Can I just say public path, in terms of the definition, means a pathway that's been categorized as a public path under section 7.1F, which just refers to public paths. It doesn't describe what is meant by a public path, or 4, and is regarded as a public path in terms of section 8.3. Now, that doesn't, in my mind, give me clarity as to what is a public path, what can a public path be used for, etc. And I think what Pedal Power wants to see is obviously, can I call it cycle paths? Also to be perhaps mentioned or even distinguished as a part of the provincial infrastructure. Now, perhaps if you could just explain to me what is a public path, because nowhere it says public path is the one that we refer to in 7.1.4, but and a public path is 2 meters wide and things like that, or the reserve of a public path is 2 meters wide, but it doesn't tell me what is a public path. Is it something for wheelchairs, for cyclists, for horsemen? Is it just for non-motorized transport? And I think some clarity in that regard would be welcomed by particularly the non-motorized transport lobby group, because I think, and I hope that in this room as well, we're all in favor of a move towards non-motorized transport, particularly for shorter distance travel, etc., to relieve the pressure on our infrastructure.
I don't know if it alludes to categorization and classification of different, or the hierarchy of public spaces, in this case roads, public transport, roads included, railway lines, as well as in the honourable question around public paths. I'm also looking at the definition here. It's not very, many of you have read it there, and refers to those clauses. So, but if I cross-reference NMTs, under non-motorized transport, it includes pedestrians, pedal cycles, and other vehicles powered by people and animals. It's in terms of, yeah, maybe Amanda wanted, but in terms of the road reserve widths and spaces provided for within the road reserve, a public path can be classified. This is not through technical standards as either class 1, 2, or 3 path. A class 1 path would be totally off the roadway, but in the road reserve, so it's a safe passage. A class 3 would be within the road space or the driving paved roadway. So it could be a demarcated path, like we typically see on some roads where cyclists are allowed on the roadway. But Amanda, if you and Mr. Tanner would like to come.
Basically, the term comes from the ordinance and days gone by, and we had public paths, and they were there for a purpose. Maybe one has in mind that it would be something like you have overseas, where you have a right of way where people can gallop across the country on paths, across people's property. It's kind of a servitude. But as with a definition of a trunk road or a main road or a minor road, we've made no attempt to say what can use it. So with a public path that we still have, or if we wanted to declare a new one, we still don't define what it's going to be used for. That would come out in the wash when the department decides, I am creating this public path for use by cyclists, or I'm creating it for use by wheelchairs. Of course, when we were looking to site a bridge over the R300, we had traffic counts and desire lines for pedestrians. We even had a wheelchair going across the R300. Can you believe it? So, yeah, what is going to use the particular road? That is something that comes later. So, public path is not necessarily just for pedestrians, and you might want it for cyclists, you might want it for other means of traffic. What do you do with your horse-drawn vehicles and so on? The other issue, of course, is the width. Now, that also comes from the past, saying 2 meters, but as with all these widths, they are the declared width and it's a minimum. And I wouldn't like to see a cycle path 2 meters wide with fences how high, where somebody can be waylaid more easily because you're confined to that, you can't get out of it. And you'd very probably want to go for more. So if you declare a public path now, you might want to go for a wider width. But that will also be something that you do when declaring, is you decide on the width that you're going to demand. And again, still a minimum width. You have a grade separation, and you might need a wider reserve going over that, so on. So I wouldn't pay too much attention to the reserve width.
Can I just ask, we know that the minister will give each piece of road a certain category. Am I right now between classified and category, trunk road, main road, public path? And my question is, let's say, I think the Baden-Powell may be an example. I think next to Baden-Powell there is a safe place for people to walk. There's a pedestrian, or we can call it pedestrian pathway. Would that road now have a dual classification, in the sense that this may be let's say, a main road with a public path, or is it still just a main road? What do we need in terms of your infrastructure asset register because here we've got an asset for cars, and here we've got another asset that also needs maintenance, it's surfaced, etc. And that also needs to be taken up in the asset register, I would think. Do we need to be able to have a separate classification for the wide part, if I can call it, as well as the narrow part or the non-motorized section. And I'm just wondering whether that is not why we use the categories. You know, what is the purpose of the categories? Is it essentially eventually to have an asset register describing our assets? If that is the case, then I understand why we're not going to refer to a pedestrian path or a cycling path or anything like that. But perhaps if you could just help me in terms of particularly the movement and the fact that we want to promote, you know, certain transport modes.
Chair, if I may, the categorization also is something actually from the past, and it would be difficult to ditch these descriptions that we have at the moment, where a road is a trunk road or a minor road or whatever at the moment. Basically, going to a new act, you could say, you know, all roads the same. We don't need these categories anymore. But we have the existing categories, so, you know, trunk road, 30 meters, this 25 meters for a main road and so on. But what is inside the reserve of a main road, in the case of Baden-Powell, it could be anything. We also have questions around, say, public transport lanes or roadways, which could be sited within a trunk road reserve. We have the Otto du Plessis, and there you see pink roads inside the other road. So you have there dual categorization, but it doesn't take away the fact that that piece of the West Coast Road it's a trunk road. But within it, you can have something else. And just so within say an RJS might be a main road, but inside it, you could have a public transport road, you could have a cycle path, you could have a pedestrian sidewalk or pathway. It's not, it doesn't prevent you having you know, all sorts of parallel things happening within that reserve. In some cases, of course, you might want to site your pedestrian pathway parallel to your facility, but outside that reserve, no problem.
Thank you. Can we go on to the next point, please?
Next point, clause 2.2, responsibilities of province and municipalities. The phrase within available resources is an issue due to limited municipal finances. More money must be sourced through the bill.
Just for the member from the West Station, do you have anything? We've seen this point and we saw your comments that it'll be covered in clause 11 of the bill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything on that? Page 53, Agri Western Cape's input.
Yeah, Agri.
We've noted their response, and we have a member from the West Station extensively dealt on the advertising earlier on page 55 at the bottom.
It's on the entry and taking possession of land.
Yeah, we've seen that, Mr. West Station, page 57 at the bottom. Any members else? You've seen the comments given by the department on those matters. And we saw your input there on page 59 at the bottom. From the West, is anything from your side?
Chair, there, my biggest concern is still how can I prove that what I have currently on my farm gate or whatever is legal or has got permission? You know, once this piece of legislation is enacted, that I don't need to now apply, because we know, or that people don't have a letter of authority, for my farm name or for that sign G7, G6, G5. So my proposal would have been, if we can't kind of deem what is currently there to be, with permission, unless obviously there have been in the past actions to remove it or to object to certain, like the particular case that I've mentioned on the, I think it's the N9, N12. So I'm just concerned that, now there's a lot already there. Nobody's ever, I almost want to say, worried about it. Nobody's been concerned. But now we come with a piece of legislation which says, you're only allowed that if you can prove that you have permission to put up that advertising. But can I also go further than that, also in terms of building lines? Or shall we rather later come back to building lines? We know that many farms have now got gates. In the old days, farms were often just open, but now with security having become a huge issue, many people have now put up fences, and quite significant fences, which include masonry work, vibratecrete walls, and in some cases it's probably just fancy, to have an electrical gate, a sturdy gate on the boundary of your farm. So how are we going to treat that now? Because I wouldn't like to see a lot of law-abiding people now suddenly finding themselves to be on the wrong side of the law and having to flood the department now with thousands of applications for people to comply.
Just before you respond, colleagues online, is there anyone else still got comments on the last comments? Comments on the comments?
No, Chair.
Nothing else, then this is the last comments before we're going to go to the actual bill. Thank you.
You want to make a comment on the advertising? Yeah.
I think the first point is just to reiterate, obviously, the deeming provisions already in the bill. In respect of advertising, it's clause 32(3)(a), and there's also in the transitional provisions, clause 71(1). If I understand your comment correctly, your concern is that may not be sufficient, those deeming provisions. I think my response is twofold. We can't take it any further, I don't think, just because if we were to deem existing structures or advertisements legal, we would undermine the purpose and rationality of the legislation, I think, to a large degree. So that these kind of provisions, you'll find them in all analogous legislation, essentially. So you're saving previous permissions. From a practical point of view, I think it's also important to bear in mind that the state would have an onus. If it were to litigate, it would have to show the illegality. So if it could show illegality and if it could show the impact on traffic safety, and if it was substantial, I mean, I don't think there's any possibility of, there being requests to, in respect of, a farm sign that's not really doing, I don't think it would have a practical impact from an enforcement point of view. I mean, I know these large billboards that advertisers erect, it's a huge struggle to get them down. And I think there's enough to be done in respect of these massive billboards and like very dangerous, patently illegal objects.
Chair, thank you. I think I take Member van der Westhuizen's point, because I also completely understand when suddenly you hear about a law coming into effect and you go, okay, well, I now need to apply it to my property or what I do. And clearly it just seems ludicrous that you're now expecting me to go and apply for permission to have a sign on the outside of my wall, for example, a notification that my property is protected by a particular armed response firm, and one could potentially take that as almost advertising to an extent, / a notification that those people, as they're driving past my property, know that they're being paid to look after mine. I'm using that as an example. So I do certainly appreciate the point that what we're try not to do is create Mickey Mouse provisions that just make everybody go, "Ah, that's a piece of rubbish, piece of legislation," and don't bother to apply their minds to it at all. I do think that there are a number of points. One, that it is certainly not the department's intention, and therefore I would say that the lawmakers' intention for us to be putting in place laws that don't fit the common sense provisions, that don't take into account what we sit with. We can't deem everything that is in place to be lawful. So, because I think we just cited some examples that we know are clearly inappropriate. So we can't put a blanket deeming provision in, as Ms. Toersman indicated. I completely agree with that. I do think it comes down to how we phrase the provisions within the regulation. So if it's size of lettering and so on, and your sign fits in with a minimum of lettering of 100 mils, 120 or whatever, most farmers, I think, if you're looking at that, it would probably fit. They wouldn't be sitting with size lettering of 2 or 20 millimeters, because they wouldn't see it and their visitors wouldn't see it. So I think there are, if one takes it within that, within those bounds, that there would be provisions in the regs that would cover, I would probably say 95% of the cases, I would imagine, and all the provision for certain exemptions that need to be provided for, and that the team need to consider explicitly in the drafting of the regulations. So if one was able to, for example, say, a sign that explicitly linked to security, farm security, or farming, associations, or agri-SA, security provisions and so on. Maybe those types of things could be provided for. And I do think the team that will apply their mind very consciously in those particular aspects, so as not to make a mockery of what we're trying to do in the legislation, because that's not going to be anybody's benefit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude from your side? Are there any amendments that you want to propose to the bill that we need to consider?
Thank you, Chair. We've got 3 technical amendments. The first is in the definitions clause, under the definition of department.
That's on page number 5.
Page number 5, correct. Line 29. In view of the fact that the departments will be changing in due course, it's no longer going to be accurate to refer to the provincial department responsible for transport matters. So the proposed amendment would be to replace transport with infrastructure matters. In view of the fact that the current Department of Transport and Public Works will be changing to the Department of Mobility and the Department of Infrastructure. So by phrasing it, the department responsible for, then it will, currently Department of Transport and Public Works is responsible for infrastructure matters. And when the departments do split formally, it will correctly describe the department that must administer.
So what do you want us to change this to?
Transport to infrastructure.
Chair, sorry,
But
with all respect, unfortunately, that may be what has been announced in certain statements, but with all respect, that hasn't been finalized. Number one. Secondly, if you did want to be specific, I would say transport infrastructure, not infrastructure broadly.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to be, no, I know, because this is an unfolding matter in terms of the organizational refresh process. So I do understand from a legal services perspective that that's the articulation. But if I needed to, with all respect, Chair, I'd like to counter it as to a transport infrastructure to be able to keep the two together, if that's not too much of a problem.
Thank you. At this point, the department responsible for this, as far as this committee is concerned, is Transport and Public Works. Whatever the future departments is, they will need to inform whoever the new chairperson is, if I'm still there around here, or if they change. But I cannot make laws for the future. We make laws for what is currently being tabled. Anything else?
No, I would support transport infrastructure as the term to be used. And then I think even future changes would be covered.
The committee will have to deal with the future change. We only 2 changes than what's being legislated for. Okay. The Department of Transport, as far as we know, for transport matters, for transport infrastructure matters.
Chair, with all respect, that will actually cover whatever future there may be.
Yeah.
It won't be a problem.
Okay. Any second change?
Also, Chair, relating to this, the same issue, the provincial minister, the description will also need to change because currently means the member of the provincial cabinet responsible for transport matters in the province.
Which page are you on?
It's page 6, line 45.
Transport matters, yeah. Yeah.
Then there's just two technical corrections, Chair. The one is in clause 11, the reference to, sorry, that's page 16, and in line 51 and 52, the reference to 8 should be a reference to 9.
Page 16.
Yeah,
Just sticking to the line item.
it's line 51.
Line 51, the reference to?
The reference to subsection 8A should be 9A and 8B should be 9B.
Noted that.
And then, sorry, I've gone past another previous one, Chair, my apologies. On page 15, line 4, after it refers to, in terms of sections 32.1, 37.1, 2, and 4, it should also be 39.1. It's just missing for completeness, 39.1. And similarly, the same applies in line.
Sorry, just a second. The written provisions required in terms of sections 32.1, that's right?
Yeah, 37.1.
Yes.
2 and 4.
Yes.
Comma 39.1.
Comma 39.1.
Yeah, comma. And similarly, in line 15, 32.1, 37.1, 2 and 4, 39.1.
39.1, comma 45.1.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, noted.
That's all. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks. Any amendment that we should be aware of for this bill from your side? No further amendment?
Nothing further from my side.
Nothing further. Thank you, colleagues. That concludes your part of your presentation. Thank you very much for spending the day here with us. Sorry, something online?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just had my hand up there. I just wanted to, if I may speak, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Can I just draw attention to back into the definitions where we've been dealing with the minister responsible for transport infrastructure. Do we also need to make the same change? And I put this to Amanda. The definition of the head of department. I think we may have skipped by that one. Which currently says responsible for transport matters. That should also similarly be changed to transport infrastructure matters.
Okay, noted. Yeah.
Thanks, Tony. Absolutely correct.
What's my members? Okay. Quickly,
Yes.
Member Andrikus van der Westhuizen.
No, thank you. I've got a few questions that I've marked. The first one is the issue of heavy railway line under the definitions, as well as the light railway line. Why do you speak of that only as a provincial rail system? Because I presume in general, at least our heavy railway line system is linked to the national rail system. What is the significance of that, and should we keep the word provincial rail system, or do we mean the rail system within the province?
No, this has to be provincial because we're not empowered to regulate in relation to national railway systems at all. As far as I'm aware, that's an exclusive competence and responsibility of the national government. So this is making provision should the province wish to in future construct or have constructed a provincial rail system, whether it's heavy rail, light rail, and so on. So it's providing should we wish to do that in future. Yes, the equivalent of a Gautrain type of thing. So it's
or perhaps taking over some of the rail
or
system.
potentially eventually.
Excellent.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm satisfied.
Yeah.
The next one, if I can just ask, is we're using a lot of categorization and classification, and then we also have something which we call a divisional road, which is not referred to, when we categorize roads. Perhaps if you could just explain to me, where does the term divisional road then fit into the bigger picture of categorization and classification, etc. It's being used under chapter 384, line 14, page 12.
That comes from the roads ordinance. So it's an historical categorization. So it's just I think the definition is for the limited purpose of the deeming provision in clause 8.4. So that obviously it provides that roads previously declared as a divisional road is regarded as categorized as a district road.
Yeah. So it's a term that's going to be cease to be used. Good. Thank you very much. Then can I just ask, in terms of page 19 under 16, ancillary road infrastructure must be categorized as follows, and then you have a whole list. But perhaps you can just explain to me, why are things such as toll gates, bus stops, and arrestor beds excluded from that list? Or where would they then be classified under those categories of ancillary road infrastructure? Or can they perhaps be added? I've got down, but there may be more: toll gates, bus stops, arrestor beds. I originally had charging stations as well, but I presume those will go under filling stations and so on.
So through you, Chair, certainly a bus stop I think would be covered under stopping place, probably, in consideration. Tollgate, one may look at as being under traffic control center, potentially. The arrestor bed is a very good one, unless it's a material storage site. And I'm being a little bit, it could be a stopping area. Yes, that's true. A differently designed stopping area. But your points, I think, are very well made.
Can I leave it for your consideration?
Absolutely.
You don't need to. You don't need to respond to that today.
Thank you.
Then, in terms of building lines and building restriction lines, I'm really concerned that, as I read it, all station platforms and bridges and so on may also be falling within the building line, and that many of our existing structures, particularly on roads of joint significance, etc., might be within the building line area, and I find the distances, and now I'm on page 20, and it will be 17. I think I say 17.2a, where we talk of a distance of 500 meters from any point of intersection of the center of such road or railway line with the center line of another road or railway line. My proposal would be that we consider to put up to include something of up to 500 meters, because I might just imagine that the minister may sometimes want to declare 400 meters as being sufficient. And 95 meters again, why not 100 meters or why not 90 meters? We're so prescriptive in that, as if there's a particular science that says, it may not be 96, or we don't need 96, but we definitely need 95 meters. And my proposal would be to send you away just to consider just giving some form of leeway there. So that is a proposal from my side as well. Then I think we have left the idea with you on 19.5b to also include that perhaps that database could be accessed electronically. I think we don't need to dwell on that one any further. Then can I just back to advertisements? If we look at the name of the bill and then the purpose of the bill. Sorry, and I'm back on page 2. I think some sections of this bill go a little bit wider than what is printed there in bold, to provide for the planning, decoration, design, construction, maintenance, control, management, regulation, upgrading and rehabilitation of roads, railway lines, and related transport infrastructure, and for matters connected thereto. We've dealt with advertising, we've dealt with building lines, we've dealt with and I want to ask of you whether you wouldn't just say, well, now that we've got the concept, and my impression is that this bill has grown in the years that you've worked on it, that you might want to consider giving a description that's a little bit more in line with what is currently in front of us. Good. Let me just go on. Actually, on this copy. Sorry, I'm just going through because I've worked on various copies, and this morning I decided not to work on the one in the I can't even read my own handwriting. Okay, sorry. That is the subsidy. Sorry, not 28. Sorry, I've been on 28. And again, the road subsidy. Thank you. You've dealt with that when I raised it. And then it seems to me as if all my concerns have been dealt with. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, colleagues. That covers. I see no hands up. That covers with all the changes, and we will submit the changes and those amendments that you've given us just for our consideration. Then we will meet. We will do our housework further. You guys, there's lunch. There's lunch for you guys. We're a very nice parliament. We get lunch. Yeah.
We will compile the A list with the amendments submitted to our legal advisor for certification, and then on the 30th we will meet just to adopt the bill formally. Yeah.
Do we need them present on the 30th now?
Yeah, we can do that as a virtual meeting.
Okay.
So we don't need to meet now, and it could be an hour meeting. I'll check the availability.
Because the only changes really is a technical change and the clause 37.
And then the clause.
There's the only two changes that because we need to be mindful of the diaries as well. HOD?
Chair, perhaps just to understand, because Honourable Member van Westhuizen has raised a couple of points as well, almost sending us back to just have a look at in terms of the numbers and so on. So I'd just like to have if I may ask for clarity in terms of the procedure, whether we need to go back, give some thought to that, still revert back? If it stays where it is, how does that then, how is that
I
then dealt with?
didn't want to stop Honorable van der Merwe Westhuizen because he was on a roll. Some of the things we can change here. So.
In respect of the ABLE, I'm available to assist Mr. Marsdorp in the preparation of the
Yes.
ABLE.
In fact, what I'll do, sorry to interrupt you, what I'll do is I'll send the few things that you've raised. I'll send it to both you and Mr. Marsdorp and just have a look at it.
And would that include a consideration of the additional issues raised by Mr. Van Roosterhuis?
Yes.
Okay, those.
I'll just phrase it properly with him.
Okay, so we're not precluded by what's recorded in this meeting that we've decided, essentially, is what
No,
I'm
no,
clarifying.
no.
Okay, thank you very much.
We will still vote on the.
Yes, we will still vote on amendments anyway.
Chair, will you allow me one more? Which
One more.
Thank you. Can I just say on 67, and I'm in full agreement, where you talk about no person may leave or place obstructions, etc. And then you say damage in transport infrastructure. One of my concerns is quite often we find that people don't fasten loads correctly, and then it gets dropped onto roads, etc. And I was just wondering whether we shouldn't give consideration to including that in here as well. So it's not necessarily a deliberate placing of objects on a road to obstruct traffic, etc. But it's also sometimes people that for example, what I hate is people transporting gravel, and then they drop a lot of gravel on the road as they drive because the truck is not fully. So I don't know if that should be included in here, whether you say no, that's a traffic regulation, something it should be something somewhere else, or a crate that is dropped onto a road and then causes a danger. Can I just leave it?
Yep. Yeah, I think I just don't want us to duplicate laws and to write a new law where that's already covered in the National Transport Protection Act and the Traffic Act, etc. But I raised that I've got a concern with that as well. On some of the considerations that Honorable van der Westhuizen raised, he raised a few points. Is there anything that you want to give feedback on now that doesn't require anybody to go back and do additional homework?
Chair, I think that some of the suggestions are good suggestions, and we need to consider them. We would prefer to, consider them, I think, as a team and consult, and then have the luxury of time in the drafting.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
So can I leave that in your hands and Advocate Marsdorp our hands?
Absolutely.
And that will become part of our, like I said, I mean, the department doesn't have to be at Tuesday's meeting because it's just a technical on the 30th. The legal advisor will have to be here.
I'm available, yes.
Okay, but the department doesn't have to be here. If you can, because then, I mean, those few technical changes we can do via email, and then the ABLE, you and Advocate Marsdorp can finalize before the 30th. Everybody in agreement with that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Now you can have lunch, and we'll continue.
Chair, I just wanted to know about public participation in any of these amendments. Is that, I'm not sure if it's.
No, there's no need. We've done the public participation process already. So thanks. Okay, then you guys can be excused. I'll just want to check to my colleagues quickly. My colleagues online.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Before that, van die daar boodskap gekom. En ek het jou boodskap gestuur. En ek het verwys dat hy sê Simon, dis nie ons kan net gaan self doen. Wil dit vra.
Dit is tog graag legal mind wil hê.
Dis maar sê. Ja, dan ons het dit ook weer soms gekry. Dat ons met loop.
Dankie.
Ja.
Dankie. Ek dink uiteindelik.
Ja.
Selfs toe dat daar 'n paar.
Don't we have minutes of the previous meeting that we Well, okay. Okay, colleagues online, we then we'll also adjourn the meeting because there's nothing technically we can do until the 30th. We will ask. Oh yes. Sorry. My colleagues online and members, I've got the last time I've discussed in this meeting a visit to the Sasol facility. I'm sure you've seen the issue of the illegal fuel tablets that is now running around in our communities, and people are selling it like havoc. It's the new drugs now. People are putting it in their cars. They're saying it will reduce fuel by 15-20%. It's a massive risk for us in the Western Cape when it's we can't wait until it becomes a bigger problem. So I spoke with Sasol, and they've given us 2 days to visit the facility, the testing facility, where they test all these chemicals and all these things that can cause havoc. They've given us the 25th and the 26th of August in the afternoon. I will ask the chief whip for those dates. Can we just check on the parliamentary program? It will be for 2 hours.
Chair, 25th is a Thursday.
Oh, no, 25th
Yeah,
can't
so
happen.
that will be difficult.
26 is
26 is open. We
Volgende week.
near 2 weke van nou.
yeah, two.
So the 26th, if you're comfortable, is 10 days from now. I'll ask the chief whip to give us those 2 hours.
That's a Friday.
Are you coming back on that?
That weekend.
Okay, then we do it the first week. Then we do it the first week of September. Can we find a date?
We can go in. Can we see if we can do it on the 30th? What I know, they didn't give it to. Gee,
The first week in September.
we can do it on the
Just give me the diary there. What does it look like?
the 6th is agriculture day meeting, and then morning local government will meet on the thing. Conduct committee is sitting on the 7th of September.
But we're not part of it.
We're not part of it, then we could.
Will you just inform them? Okay,
I'll-
and then we'll inform the chief. So we do it on the 7th of September for 2 hours. Yeah, okay, so we'll do it on the 7th of September for 2 hours, and then member van der Westhuys.
I would like to propose a resolution that we ask of the department to submit to us a copy of the draft regulations.
Yes.
I've made a
that they
note of
refer
it.
to,
Yeah.
as well as the process in finalizing those regulations.
Yes.
You know, will it be referred to the
Right.
Western Cape Provincial Parliament?
I've got
Will it be
yeah.
up for public participation, etc.? If they could just give us an indication in writing, please.
Yeah. Chair, I did make a note of it, and I think Johan
I
Vermeulen
saw the legal
emailed
opinion as
you,
well. I've sent it to you.
regarding
email.
the regulation process, and perhaps it would be a good idea to get Advocate Leroux
Yes.
brief us on that process. I think just in general for all members.
Well, I think it's applicable to all standing committees
all
anyway.
standing committees.
Yeah, but we'll do it at our next meeting.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
guys. Thank you, Pundo. Thank you, sir. Thank you for online team. Candace, who's there? Other Johan.
Thank you, Chair.
Kayla, thank you. Masdorf, thank you for your input. And Mr. Masdorf, I didn't even ask you, are you going to coordinate with our colleague at the Premier's office to finalize those amendments?
I don't know what you mean with coordinate, but what I would think is that they would confer, as Amanda indicated now, and then email to us whatever product they deliver from their conference. And pursuant to that, I will then liaise with her and we will have a sit down. So by the 30th, we will have married our minds and report to the committee.
That's exactly what I said. Okay, thank you very much. This meeting's adjourned.